Sí, esa se quedó en la cama.
No, yo decía acá, en los salón de... Sí queda a los costados, ¿viste? Porque terminaste bien, es bonito.
Nelsy participa a distancia.
Sí, vos sabés que le cancelaron el vuelo.
¿Por qué? ¿De dónde venía?
Necesito. Dice que llegó al aeropuerto y dijo, no, el vuelo está cancelado. Bueno, ¿cuándo sale el otro? No tenemos lugar, sobrevendimos.
Qué raro.
Y a Claudia tampoco le avisaron y a la agencia donde compró el pasaje tampoco le avisaron de la cancelación.
¿Y qué línea era?
Avianca. Y nada, le dijeron, no, tenés que volver a pelear para que te pase. Y dice, nada, no voy a estar 5 horas en el aeropuerto.
Pero además si no hay vuelo, no hay vuelo.
No, es que no había vuelo. Quisimos poner un vuelo de la noche, también se canceló. No, de terror. Me decía Claudia que Avianca es de terror. O sea, lo que era buena antes de la pandemia.
Sí, yo toda la vida preferí viajar con Avianca, inclusive a Europa. Prefería tener una escala más para ir a la universidad Amsterdam, 10 escalas que irme en Latam, por ejemplo, por Italia.
No, y ahora dicen que no. Esa calidad que tenía antes no la recuperaron. Bueno, hay mucha gente, muchos técnicos se han ido a otros aerolíneas.
Pero dice que Europa está igual, con las líneas aéreas, no tienen gente, se pierden las valijas.
Bueno, Susana me dijo, vine con una valija de mano porque pierden valijas, las roban, un desastre. Se va a ver por acá.
Sí, ya sé, estaba escuchando, pensé que no me gustó nada.
La acústica no es buena, ¿viste?
¿No?
No me gustó. Yo pensé que lo iban a armar de acá para allá, que el auditorio está allá.
Lo que pasa es que dejan las puertas para atrás.
No, porque las pantallas están acá. Porque está esto atrás.
¿Hasta cuándo te queda el juego?
Hasta el viernes. No, ya hace una semana que no.
Ay, viniste hace rato.
Llegué el viernes, después a la noche.
Yo estuve la semana pasada en la noche. Justo cuando se fue para arriba el dólar. Felices estaban ellos, se iban hasta Florida a cambiar de a $10, porque cambiaba cada minuto, cambiaban para 6 horas y se iban de nuevo, se pasaban yendo a Florida a cambiar el dinero que tenían. Les di $100 a cada uno.
Sabes que a nosotros nos complica mucho los proyectos en donde tenemos que transferir dinero al exterior. Antes se podía un poco, ahora
yo traje libros y ahora le dije, ¿sabes que te regalo los libros? Un montón de gente que estaba en reuniones y me decían, no, yo no voy a estar la semana que viene porque me voy a la casa de mi hermano en Argentina, después de 3 años, con los primos. No, los primos no subían al auto porque en Paraguay había mucho COVID y no quería que se vayan en ómnibus. Entonces le dije, vamos, yo tengo clase, voy a dar clase desde allá, le pedí a mi cuñada que me haga el espacio y clase desde allá. Y entonces iba diciéndole a la gente y la gente me decía, ay, tráeme este libro, tráeme este libro. Ahora no sé cómo cobrarles porque
Y hace un promedio.
Porque les iba diciendo, está a 3.20 y... o les voy a cobrar, a mi hermana ya le dije, ¿sabes qué regalo de cumpleaños? Porque además los libros siempre son baratos en Argentina, ¿no? Y todas eran editoriales argentinas. En Paraguay no conseguí esos libros.
Baratos para el que viene con dólares, para los argentinos, un libro 5.000 pesos.
Ah, no, pero vos sabés que yo todo lo que me pidieron eran máximo 3.900.
Ah, mira, no, sí, es barato.
Sí.
Barato.
En Paraguay ni lo conseguí, y si lo conseguí carísimo. Para allá no.
¿Y dónde compran los libros?
No, que corro.
¿Conoces la librería? Hay una librería que es chiquitita, que queda por Palermo, vos la conocés, se llama Eterna Cadencia.
Sí. Pero esta vez no me fui porque llovió 3 días, tenía clase, entonces me quedé por Corrientes. Yo tomo el 6 en Parque Patricio y me dejo en Corrientes y Callao.
Sí, yo te llevé una vez en auto. Omar.
Está tan mal, supone que está mal allá y yo me quiero ir por allá.
No sé a qué hora se ha pautado de la Maite. Son las 12.
Habría que ir llamándole a la gente, si no se le llama a la gente no viene. Sí. Y a los expositores para que se sienten y empecemos. Despacito, pero empecemos.
Sí, está David Archer de de Acción como comentarista.
Como comentarista, ya, me voy sacando mi aparato.
Yo bien pidiendo mucho la ruda.
¿Es una aquí de tu lado?
Sí, quiero tener orden así.
Sí.
Vos, Vero, Gabriel y Nelsy, que no está.
¿Quién no está?
Nelsy, Lizarazo.
No pudo venir.
Le cancelaron el vuelo, no le avisaron y a la gente tampoco, a nadie.
¿Y de dónde venía ella?
No pudo. Se fue 3 horas peleando en el aeropuerto, no fue vuelos, avión por la noche, pero no pudieron avisar por mails y... Así lo va a hablar David Hatcher, que es de ActionAid, que habla en inglés. No, pero va a estar virtual. Sí, igual lo vamos a reducir a 10 minutos cada uno, o 12. La idea es terminar 1:30, pero... Compañeros, compañeras, vamos tomando nuestro lugar.
All right, we're coming back to with the action of prosecutions, justice. We'll inaugurate in this part of the conference a space for comments. We will have a couple of people, David Hatcher from Action Aid, and Noel Pérez from Cepal, that will tell us and will mention what we are going to discuss, tax justice. We'll give him a couple more seconds for our colleagues to rejoin the room. I don't know if everything were okay with the broadcast. Okay, so let's restart. My name is Adrian Falco. Good morning again. I'm from Argentina. I'm a member from Fundación CES, or CES Foundation. I also coordinate the Network for Tax Justice of Latin America and Caribbean, the organization RED, which is co-host this event alongside Latindadd. Obviously, I would like to repeat what some of my colleagues said. We're really happy to see each other here live without a screen in the middle, and we're really happy. We look wonderful. The pandemic hasn't affected us at the very least, at least aesthetically. I don't know inside, I don't want to get in that field, but we'll start again with this first panel in the tax justice scope, and we will have panelists of high level from organizations that have been working quite a lot in these topics, and we'll talk about the impact that recovery policies have had in the pandemic, and what are we missing, what do we need, especially what do we need, because as we always say, the pandemic is here to deepen inequality, to deepen poverty. Governments have made a couple things, but we're still missing quite a lot, and we'll talk about this in a little while. about the impact that they had in educational systems and the impact on tax policies of recovery, just like they had in gender policies and workers in public services, and of course it focused in human rights. This core for tax justice that will have a couple more roundtables related to it, and in these roundtables we'll talk about taxing reform and progressiveness, taxing wise, transparency, and we will also look after tackling different myths that have been growing and are part of the common knowledge that is commonly used to transform the agenda per sectors of the dominant sectors as national agendas throughout mediatic lobby and legal lobbying. These myths have to do with the fact that the taxing extensions have their own scopes, and the impositive rate in our region is quite high. And another myth is that we all already pay a high tax at the Switzerland level, but not with some benefits. And one of the myths that is also going around is that the taxing vehicles are not or cannot suffer any harm. They are only used to invest, and that's not the way. That's not right. That sort of group of myths doesn't allow us to encourage these taxing initiatives, or at least they are used by many to defend a decrease in taxes, and with that decrease in taxes, definance the government or the state, and with that definancing to make private what's public. That's the logic behind the sponsorship of these huge corporations and asking for a decrease of taxes. As we said, the pandemic deepened a lot the inequality, exclusion. Poor people are more poorer now, and rich people are richer. And whoever is enjoying good health is the evasion of taxing wise and secrecy of taxing secrecy not being touched, basically. And this is a matter of discussion, but paradoxically no government of the progressive governments moved even a finger or an inch of the structure that would allow us to talk about a taxing system the way that we imagine it. We have partial reforms, specific reforms, but we haven't moved the foundation of the big building, so to speak. That's what we're looking for to awaken with this conference, to move around a bit, or to move the old big building for the benefit of a grander scope for the whole region. So we start out with this first panel, post-COVID recovery of the impact of the taxing policies, and before starting, I'd like to give you a piece of data. In the screen, in the walls, you will be seeing this QR code, and it will allow you to download all the material that we're using in this conference. Papers, reports, research, points of view from panelists. So don't doubt on scanning the QR code. Now let me introduce our first panelist, our dear friend Nathalie Beghin. Nathalie is an economist with a PhD in social policies. Right now is coordinator of the Inesc policies in Brazil. She's worked in the Brazilian government in the Ministry of Planning and of Social. Talk to us about the impact in human rights, the impact of policies in human rights, the taxing policy in human rights. Please, 3 minutes. Nathalie, 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Again, we have my slides up on the screen. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. Okay, we have them there. I'm ready to be here, and I'll talk to you a bit today about an initiative that some of the organizations of the region and even the Tax Injustice Network of Latin American Caribbean are already carrying on with. And I'm really focused on to what Alicia mentioned in the morning, the dramatic situation of the world right now and the terrible subsidies that women have for men in the southern countries, for the northern countries, Afro-descendant and originary population, for white people. So this drama is, like Nancy Fraser says, we have to urgently tackle redistribution with knowledge so we can step out of these processes that are entrapping us. And it is that with that spirit that this initiative took place, the principles of the human rights initiative, whom, right, we need to think, and I'm sorry about my Spanish, I'm not so keen into my Spanish, but we'll think about this in 4 different steps, which are to be covered, for what and for whom, why are we talking about this principle, with whom are we going to carry this process, the principle or the main objectives of the roles. And as many of you know, this morning, Adrian mentioned that our budgets are the result of this period. And in Latin America and Caribbean and in many parts of the world, poor people, LGBT communities, farmers, everyone has lost a lot with this dispute. So to put excluded people in the budget, and that's a phrase from Lula, which is a candidate for the presidency of Brazil now, and we'll have elections in October, and he always says that the main role as president will be to put poor people in the budget that are not there today. And for us, the best reference for that, for excluded parties, so they can come into this budget, is to think about human rights, because they are under our constitutions and in international pacts and agreements that we signed. So the idea is to retake what we've done, and it might seem like a paradox, but if we implement human rights in our countries, it is a more revolution, because it's not what it's happening nowadays. So we start out with the budget and with the fact that any recovery or any taxing policy needs to have human rights as a core. Next one, please. Those are the 2 main principles of this. It's backed up in rights, in the way that we understand, in the way that we qualify justice. Taxing-wise, we have taxing policies based on human rights. And to make it more concrete, next slide please, are the austerity policies that have been implemented in Brazil since 2016 that I imagine you already know about. In Brazil, we have constitutionalized austerity, meaning there's an element in the constitution, and we cannot increase expenditure in real terms up to 2036. And that's a result of constitutionalization of the austerity in 2016. And in these 7 years, we have a concrete example of violation of rights, which are the basic rights to nutrition, where we go from 4% from Brazil in 2013, and now Brazil is outside of the hunger index of the United Nations, and now we have 15% of people going through hunger. This is not that they don't eat quite right, it's that they don't eat. 33 million people, that's from 2022. 33 million is the Peruvian population, I believe, overall, as a whole. So it's a whole Peruvian country that doesn't eat every day. And austerity also, beyond being classist, is sexist and racist, because whoever pays up more, whoever has their human rights more affected are women and black people in Brazil. And even though it seems incredible, rural communities, farmers in Brazil are those that suffer of hunger more and more, because all the social policies crumbled apart. But this was an example for you to understand the relation between human rights and the politics that we are focusing on. And then we go after the second step of who's a part of this process and initiative. We were 7 organizations at the beginning, 2 from Argentina, Serafini, 1 from Colombia, from Justice, 1 Brasil, Inesc, from Mexico, Fundar, the Network of Tax Injustice, and 1 from the US, which is CERS. And we got together and we said, okay, we need to do something to guide it, to serve as a standard for tax justice and tax policies. And so with the support of 11 specialists, next slide. So with the support of 11 specialists from the constitutional framework and the international agreement that our region has signed, we made the first version of this principle. And in the picture of this committee of experts, it's really important because it translates the effort that we have done on having gender diversity, race, and ethnics for all the voices from the different groups of society to be reflected in the principles. So with the contribution of these specialists and with specific studies that our organizations have developed in matters of taxing secrecy, taxing expenditure, and in a series of consultations, I believe that there was like 10 or 11 different consultations in the different movements in the different countries, from ordinary population, from women, from farmers, from international organisms. So all of this process generated around 500 contributions of 200 people. And all of that has been included in the second version and the final version of the principles that were published in May 2021. Next slide, please. And that's it. Next slide. What is that document? That document has three big cores. This movement and this initiative, which are to provide a new narrative to taxing policy. Tax policy is a matter of rights. Then it's also a guide for governments. They need to draw, somehow implement and assess their own tax policies, having rights as a reference and as a tool for accountability. And from these principles, we can, as an organization of civil society, we can monitor tax policies and look at in what way are they contributing for the progressive association of these benefits or not. And then we have 15 principles as a whole. We have general principles that have to do with tax policies being a matter of human rights, and that the government has a key role for and to ensure these policies. We have horizontal principles that have to do with the fair transition, with social inclusion or inclusiveness, and then with no discrimination, or racially or gender-wise or ethnical. Transparency and social participation, those are the horizontal points, and the specific ones that have to do, and there are 5, but have to do with the maximum mobilization of available resources, which is one of the core of PDESC that all of our countries are signers. So we also need to establish implementation of reparation systems, which idea is to implement a global governance that's favorable or positive for this framework of tax policies guided towards human rights. And that's my final slide. And what can we do with these principles of equity and equality? We can insist in our own countries for national governments to adopt the principles. In Brazil, Inesc now is conducting conversations with more progressive parties because we have elections in October. Now their campaigns need to embrace this type of ideas. We can produce information to do the proper monitoring of our own taxing policies, and we will receive a lot of help because this is a standard sort of. It's like a reference basically to analyze tax policies, and that's the same thing we're doing in Brazil from different types of points of view, or to see how we finance it, how we spend it, and what means they're conducting dialogues with the main carriers for human rights, and then the international organisms for them to adopt principles or to make recommendations, and for countries to adopt them. We are already having conversations with the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights that is really sensitive towards this subject, and to include or to actually make some strategic legal work, because sometimes this matters of debt, for example, could be interesting to do strategic legal work. The way that they were acquired, if they are impacting or not human rights, and also translating principles to a more accessible language. We took the first steps, and we had our first principles to be translated into Quechua, and now our following steps is to translate it even more to spread out the principles in our own countries, and that's why we're here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nathalie. A couple of things. The document is available at the QR code that I mentioned a moment ago. And in addition to that, there's experts that have taken part in preparing these guidelines and principles that are present here and that have taken part in this successful experience that we are going through. And I now want to introduce another dear friend and a colleague, Verónica Serafini. We're going to be talking about the impact on gender policies. She's an economist with a master's degree in social sciences from Flaxo in Mexico. And she is a PhD candidate in UNAM, Mexico. She's an advisor to Latindadd and the Latin American Caribbean Tax Justice Network. Thank you very much. I share the emotion of after being here with you after such a long time without having met in person, rather online, but finally we're here together to share our new hopes. We thought that the pandemic would bring major changes. It didn't. It wasn't so. But that should boost our energy to keep fighting. What I was asked to talk about was the impact of the pandemic on the tax measures and public policy measures on women during the pandemic. It is, I think, important that because we are more or less aware of what were the main impacts of the pandemic on women, the surcharge of household and other chores, a loss of jobs, and violence. We also saw other phenomena like remittances, for instance, that would drop much more than they actually dropped, meaning that that was an important effort, particularly by women who are involved in global caregiving networks, and it is important that should be taken into account because those are jobs at home that provide a buffer against poverty in many countries in Latin American and in a very precarious living conditions. If we international organizations have even created a scheme to determine what were the measures and how they impacted the people. They were divided in three classes that has to do with the effects that I just mentioned: measures against the violence, measures for social protection and jobs, and economic, fiscal measures to assure jobs. Generally, our attention is called to the fact that the analysis mechanisms to look at these measures resulted in a very high percentage, 39% of global measures had some objective related to women. Many of those measures included campaigns against violence because that was the first last visible effect. The second group had to do with the assurance to provide for continued caregiving jobs through transfers and guarantees for non-working women. This 39% has to be taken with a grain of salt because it's a number of measures. It is not mean that we know what was the value of those measures in those budgets, since we're talking about fiscal measures, nor are we talking here about their coverage, because if we look countries individually, they were actually reduced amount, in particular social protection measures that had to do with expanding non-contributive programs without a gender perspective, because these are programs that are target households and not necessarily women's economic independence, and that our assessments from the feminist standpoint show that in many cases despite higher empowerment in some cases, particularly, the way they are designed actually result in a deepening sexual division of labor along traditional patterns. And so to understand, dive deeply into the impact of each policies, we need to move forward ahead in our assessments. But we also need to take into account that when it comes to the in particular case of these measures, we already started with a disadvantageous position for many women. And here we're talking about myths and the myths of economic growth throughout Latin America. What the commodities boom left us women was precarious jobs, and therefore many of these measures that were put into place for formal employment never reached women because they were already out the social safety nets that are more quality, which are contributive systems. And that was an initial issue that has to be addressed, that has to do with what I would like to underscore in this panel, and that's how we look at the future vis-a-vis the condition of women before the pandemic, and how we understood the pandemic. That was a traditional way of looking at the precarious situation that we lived in and before the pandemic, and the persistence of that orthodox financial situation from the existing status quo, and then posed a number of challenges that aggravated the prior situation. That's the inflation risk, which is no longer a risk, the debt risk, because many of these measures were financed through debt taken, also through very regressive tax systems that involved taking debt that will eventually have to be paid through indirect taxes with a strong gender bias. The climate crisis that also has a differential impact on women. In other words, we're facing a more complex and deeper multiple-sided crisis that we brought with us from before the pandemic, and I guess the background of a significant economic growth in Latin America. We grew a lot in Latin America, but look at what happened to our social protection safety nets and the health systems as a consequence of the pandemic. When we look ahead at how we're going to recover economies in future and how we want to change these policies, because we already realized that the policies actually expanded the crisis in our countries. What our countries did was to expand the policies that have already been lifted. What was left from those policies were long-term impacts on women. Women are 10 years behind in terms of economic growth. The economic growth was so weak for women. The positive impact of economic growth on women was that they vanished. Structural growth did not bring any structural benefits. So we cannot think in terms of going back to normal, to economic recovery, but we have to think again, debate that date back like 50 years. The Amartya Sen's contribution back in 1992, for instance, give us 20, 30, 50 years of debate. The Fiduci report, where Nancy Fulmer talks about unpaid work and time as a measures for economic growth have to be put back at the center stage of our debate. During the pandemic, there was important movement forward because women who engage in unpaid work should not further be called inactive. There were years of a struggle against economic measurement systems. now have adopted women outside of the labor force. And I think that's one of the most important steps forward in feminist economics. Also, from the fiscal viewpoint, we have to look not just at the expenditure. We have always looked at gendered budgets from the side of expenditure, but now we have to look at how the tax system benefits or does not benefit women, and to include tax exemptions. Who are the beneficiaries? If we look at tax exemptions, they almost don't benefit women because they benefit capital, and women work in small and medium companies. They are not a benefit to caregiving systems, but they do benefit activities that are many times on the extractivist economy side. When we talk about reducing expenses, fiscal expenses, but never to curtail a tax exemption. So we have to question what austerity means and who that austerity benefits or harms. Also, we have to start talking about a fiscal debt from a gender viewpoint, now that the tax debt issue is back, and how increased the debt is going to create risks and for women. I think that we are facing huge conceptual challenges in terms of a social state that has a deep debt, a huge debt against the women, because despite all progress, the indicators already before the pandemic showed that there were not enough policies, or that were very small budgeted measures in policies against violence or caregiving policies. They are almost invisible in budgets. When we want to study, they support account for about 20% of GDP. We're not talking about minor things. And there is still a minimum wages, because in most other countries, the minimum wage is determined based on raw food, where there is no cooking. Our minimum wage baskets do not include caregiving or daycare facilities as part of the cost of these baskets, household baskets. We have to change the way that we go back into economic recovery, and also the way we use and see indicators. Notwithstanding many of the unperceived impacts on women in many countries, we not appreciate the higher unemployment rates among women, because women left the labor force. They stopped looking for jobs, and in other cases there is a large number of women that stopped earning revenues, and that is not seen as stats because they were working for free in the labor market as unpaid family workers, because they work in small, medium companies. The women that were working moved to family agriculture, family farming, without any kind of payment, or they undertook very small family enterprises, and they appeared as active participants, agents in the force, but we were not looking at the revenues, their incomes. There's a number of statistics that we have to delve into if we want to really understand what were the impacts of these events on women, and which ones will become structural. Another structural effect that is not being paid attention to is the women that left Social Security and that are not contributing to the system anymore, and they will lose their right to a pension, or women that before the pandemic that stopped working for a year due to maternity leave for just 1 year. It took about 5 years to get back to their contribution when they came back to work. All that's probably going to be lost. So we have to challenge a number of issues that are not being discussed today, and from the conceptual viewpoint through measurement to policies that are already made invisible. Many of the economic issues that only became deeper during the pandemic and that now have to be looked at and included in the macro agenda and also in the microeconomic agenda, the global agenda, national agenda, and the local agendas. Thank you very much for the invitation to this reunion, and rather than provide you a lot of figures, I wanted to propose to you a number of concerns, and make a number of proposals to close gaps, reduce gaps, and to assure women's rights. Thank you very much. At the end of this panel, we're going to open the session to questions and answers regarding the presentations. Just three things. We have this hashtag that you can see on the screen after the pandemic war, so that Twitter lovers can leave their comments there, and wonder if David Asher and the comments that are connected by Zoom are already with us. Can somebody tell us whether they already connected? Yes, very well. So we're going now to turn it over to our dear friend from the International Public Services Federation that will be joining tomorrow the Fiscal Justice Network tomorrow. Gabriel Garneses, he is coordinator for ISP in Latin America. Over to you, Gabriel, for your comments. Hello.
Good afternoon to all our colleagues. Good morning to everyone that's joining us online from Central America, and good afternoon to everyone in the other side of the world, to those that will join us after these presentations. First off, it's a real pleasure to be here. It's an enormous pleasure. As we've heard from the beginning of the pandemic, this is the biggest conference and the most important where I've been present. So for me, it's a really special moment, and even more special because the ICB wants to attach officially to the network, and we want to know what do we need to do to concrete this process here in Lima, and that makes us really happy as a public services entity, and it will serve as a first step to increase our union movement within the network and within the agendas of taxing and social justice in the region. First off, I would like to say that I have a presentation from a unionized perspective, from the world of work, and from the Latin American youth perspective. And I start by comparing our region with the most developed region in the world, and that's why it becomes an example, in a way, in relation of social protection. And I would like to apologize with our workers, and I have a lot of short slides, so I'll ask him to ask you to for the next slide a lot of time. So thank you very much in advance. I just put down some basic data comparing this region with the OECD region, and majority of people here are used to this data. But to be able to share this presentation with you later on, if you want to consult this data at the end of the presentation, you have all of the references there, and also especially for our colleagues that are not coming from Latin America, they're not so used to this type of data maybe, but this is a little bit of our taxing load in Latin America, which is really under, it's almost half of the taxing load of OECD. The structure of the making of our taxing load, whenever we see OECD, the priority of taxes on income, on properties, on huge earning. But in Latin America, as we know, we have a scenario of extremely regressive taxing and really low in case of some countries. Next slide. Next one, yes. So the same thing happens whenever we see the recovery from physical individual. The change is 10 times less from the GDP that we've seen in the region. Then the taxes, or the property taxes, which is a third in the region, we charge a third regarding the GDP and in comparison with OECDs. Then when we also look at effective taxes for income tax from the richest scope of the population, that in this pandemic context, and as we mentioned, inequality has increased extremely, and rich people are just accumulating more and more money. And this piece of data is rather interesting, and even so, it's from 2011, like our colleague Adriana mentioned. Luckily, in this last times, and since 2018, we see the data that since 2011, the most progressive governments haven't achieved anything into the change of this taxing structure in the region. And we see here on tax expenditure, like Verónica mentioned, this is something that will be fall in the hands of multinational and the working class. And whatever we see, for example, cut downs, women do not receive any of their benefits, which ends up by draining public resources towards the hands of multinationals again. And finally, or this scenario where I've chosen a few graphs that I think are the key points, is the increase of taxes that we will discuss specifically tomorrow than in Latin America, because here it's like the last batch of taxing losses, which makes it really impossible to go around in this context of Latin America taxing structure and from the view of the global scope. We want to find social and protection in our region, but given the social and political social context and due to this lower of taxes, it's evident that in these last few years the life or quality of life and the coverage for social protection has decreased in the region due to structural matters, and not to speak about all the countries, but specifically in all of the countries. And when we look at the macro financial scope, the most basic ones, we see a regression in our region, especially in all the data when we see the GDP per capita, the regional tax and recovery, the fraction of investment, which is a speech of no liberalism of the region, but the austerity policies of the last decade haven't been able to increase in the recovery or to perceive the foreign investment. So we see that the financial scenario of the region has been worsening. It's not that we are not moving forward the way that we want, but rather we've been dragging a worsening process that has to do related to the neoliberal governments in the region, and that with many of the governments that were still in power when the pandemic started, and all the crisis of the pandemic, the scenario has changed or deepened negatively too much. When we talk about social work in relation, unemployment has increased. Informality is higher than levels that we had 20 years ago. And since the pandemic started, 70% of the working positions created in Latin America and Caribbean are of the informal sector. The hunger problem that Nathalie mentioned, which is, according to FAO's about, this is reaching levels that we haven't seen in the last millennium. And the poverty issue is also worsening the hunger problem and structurally our region. And we can see, we can walk through our cities and look at informality, look at hunger. We are witness of a really hard unemployment. All of this under a context of that from the start of the pandemic, the expenditure had to increase due to survivalism, basically. Internal debt also increased, but meanwhile, evidently due to the pandemic, the taxing recovery of countries and the region has decreased, and this is already getting to financial crisis levels. And if there's no change in the taxing structure, or a deep change at least, the crisis will worsen, and it will be impossible to move forward with the financing of new social universal protection for workers of the region. And in relation to that, I think it's fundamental from the perspective of the working world to think about the crisis from formality of labor in the region. And one of these points is the industry, where Latin America is the region that has lost proportionally positions and added value the most in the industrial sector in the last few years. So this graph is about the employability in formal employment with social protection, and this type of employments are linked to unionship that sometimes strengthens demands and strengthens the labor organization. And next slide, please. And also, just as for the added value of the manufacturing industry, in our first look, you can you can think that all of the regions have lost in the last few years. But if we look at since 2000, Latin America is the only region where they've decreased the added value in the manufacturing industry in the last 20 years. It's the only industry region in the world. And when we also look at the scenario of unionization overall in our region, we see that there's a clear decrease, because if there's no decent work, but there's ideological prosecution, mediatic or political about unionization, well, evidently less formal positions we're going to have, and there will be a lot of violence and prosecution, and it even has generated a decrease in the rates of, or general rates of unionization in across the region. And I made a mistake here. This is some data from Chile, but the data from Metropolitan Lima, according to our data, has decreased from the 90s. We see 22% to 5% in 2012 for the unionization rate in Lima. Next slide, please. In Brazil, the same thing, with the strike that it had with austerity laws and the principle that was supporting the financing of unions. It also caused a decrease of unionized workers in Brazil, and the only exception that I was able to find in the region was the Chilean case, where we can think in case there's a cause or a consequence. But I think it's interesting to think about the whole social explosion in Chile with the unionization process that started in the 90s, because it had a huge fall, but it has increased in the last few years. And in the last few years also, social movement and social organization and the challenges and achievement of these organizations have increased a lot. And in regards of this union movement, I think that we have some structures that are fundamental when we think about tax injustice, social inequality, or the financing of social protection, universal social protection. And we want to have a stronger policy of formal employment, and I think that's something that a lot of times we are missing in the political speech, the recognition that formal jobs this is fundamental to cover social protection and the tax recovery of the government itself. So in that sense, this is fundamental to think about industrialization policies that I believe we've lost quite a lot with the Latin American progressism in the last few years. And at the same time, we would like to complement a bit on what Verónica mentioned really clearly. But the thing is, the matter with social reorganization needs to be careful and needs to recognize the role of the government, the nature of public services from care. And women that provide the services should be formalized, included within their public services, within public kindergartens and babysitting places. And all these type of jobs need to be recognized, formalized, and not just seen as an expense. Because people are going to consume, pay taxes, they have a better quality of life, their kids too. So this is a virtuous circle, and this also needs to be a fight from unions, this recognition, this huge percentage of women that are working in the care industry, and it's evident that the nature of this type of service falls under public services. So in that sense, to be able to prioritize the unionization as a part of the formal work, it's necessary beforehand to focus on these formal types of policies, formal work type of policies, so we can dream again about Latin America with a greater degree of unionization. because we have this Chilean case that I believe is an interesting case to deepen. But at the same time, if we see the outburst in Chile, and if we see the whole process that went through and that happened and finished yesterday with Petro assuming the chair, the power in Colombia, but the general social outburst against the proposal of taxing reform by Manduque called out to the unions, and these unions called out to a general strike, and this had a really sad outcome, but it showed their idea strongly. And one of the main principles of this social outburst has to do with the taxing problem, and the union movement was the one that started it all. So just because of the historic pressure of the state and the government, we can tell that the main allied governments nowadays that defend these tax injustice were kicked out and pressured by their own union movements in their countries. In the case of Chile and Colombia is where the origin of the outburst is found, in the rejection from the unionized movement that took the streets to block the proposals, and alongside with the academic sector, with the social movement sector, at the level of country and regionally also, we're able to make alternative proposals. And currently we have proposals, and we have a greater concern from the Chilean and Colombian governments into encouraging national taxing reform that will include women, will include sustainability, and that will include greater progressiveness of politics here in the region, and taxing policies in the region. And also link this with the resilience that the FTAs are imposing on us, because the free trade agreements make it harder for these agreements, and they strengthen multinational companies facing the union movement and facing the government. So we need to integrate these subjects with a resistance to the free trade agreements and the commercial model that is encouraged here in Latin America, to integrate also the fight for social justice with an agenda of taxing and regulation of big techs that currently are the biggest companies in the world, and that sometimes don't pay anything for taxes, and that's absurd morally and ethically, and that affects directly all of the workers across the world. And also, I'm not going to come into this point because we will have a long discussion about it, but on one side, evidently, we want to defend proposals for taxing reforms that are reasonable and to make nationwide, to be able to put some pressure on the allied governments that are now exist in the region, which a couple of years ago it wasn't happening. And also we want to have this discussion tomorrow about the corporate reform, international corporate reform for the minimum global tax. The proposal itself is not good. It won't change anything, our Latin American lives right now, but I think that there's some important points like the adoption of a minimum taxing or global taxing, and then a structure where ourselves as a social movement and a taxing movement need to participate and to raise our voices from a Latin American perspective, because the proposal nowadays is really established by northern or the global northern countries, and we would like to support for allied governments that we have nowadays in the region can participate as active voices of the taxing international debate, just as the case of Ecuador was during the government of Correa in the framework of GS-77. So I think that I talked quite a lot, but I wanted to put this important point across of the union movement. And I think it's interesting because from my perspective, from my young perspective, I can't remember exactly how the pink wave of progressives the governments were in Latin America like about 1 or 2 decades, but nowadays I think that governments are more committed, more leaning towards listening, and more pressured into encouraging policies of taxing scope locally, and also focusing the implications that global taxing means for internal public policies, and which is the best political context and the best time in the region where we need to use the proposals that were made within groups such as this that are together already for quite a while with proposals and representativity, with representatives from different countries to be able to monitor up close and to charge. Because if we are not doing these changes with many progressive governments in key countries in the region, I believe that we will have a problem. Maybe it will be impossible to go back to this time, because I think it's a unique opportunity, and we have a critical mass, we have proposals, and now we've achieved also to change the political scenario of the region, and I think that the strengthening of this demand is fundamental in this political context. And I'm hopeful because I see people talking about the subjects, I see people and presidents talking about the subjects, and I see support bases for each president, putting pressure on them so they can encourage those policies. All right, I think that I'll leave it at that, and I just put up the references that I use at the end of the presentation, and you can probably check back with more calm all the data, graphics, and all that. So whoever wants to have a chat more about this, or has any suggestion on this, I'm always available and willing to listen to you and adding up more perspective from the ISP and the union movement. Thank you very much, and thank you for letting me be a part of this, and let's make union movements closer to the taxing and social justice group closer to one another in the region. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Gabriel, for let me highlight the importance of having the labor movement in our ongoing efforts. Thanks very much for this very good presentation. Time is of the essence, and we are between you and your lunch. So we're going to try and go a little bit faster. I want to also introduce now a dear friend and colleague, Nelsy Lizarazo. She's in Quito because of air transport issues, airline issues. You know, you're all aware that there's issues with airlines. Nelsy is a general coordinator of the Latin American campaign for the Right to Education, CLAD. She is an educator and a popular communicator with training and philosophy and arts and humanities. She has a graduate in political science and international relations. She is a professor on gender and human policies. Great to see you, Nelsy, and it's going to be a pleasure to listen to you. What do you have to say? We cannot hear you. Can you say a few words now? We can barely hear her.
Yo decidí escribir mi intervención para justamente invitarnos todo el tiempo en lo posible, dejar que todos coman y hablar de sabroso como yo no lo voy a poder hacer. No pese la solidaridad. Tengo que comenzar obviamente agradeciendo a nuestra Latindadd y a la Red de Justicia Fiscal por esta invitación, agradecer a todas las colegas que han intervenido antes, porque realmente aprendo un montón escuchándoles y voy buscando con nuestras propias preocupaciones y propuestas y nos importa. Quiero recordar desde el punto del derecho humano a la educación que el conocimiento que nosotros tenemos sobre las implicaciones directas de la ausencia de políticas fiscales progresivas en nuestra región sobre la inversión en educación pública está todavía en construcción. Conocemos a la persona las enormes debilidades en la información pública de buena parte de nuestros países. Estamos empeñados junto con Latindadd y con la red en superar estas dificultades y en lograr que desde el campo del derecho humano a la educación nos apropiemos de esta información, de estas lógicas que aunque no compartamos es importante manejarlas para poder dar nuestras luchas de una manera mucho más contundente y hacer propuestas mucho más radicales. Así que eso decirles para comenzar. Luego quería traer para ustedes algunos datos. Una reflexión sobre la inversión en educación pública. La primera es que no deberíamos hablar de gasto en educación, sino de inversión, porque son dos cosas bien distintas. Y que en términos de inversión educativa, de acuerdo con los recientes estudios de Derechos Cepal, y con los estudios que deben ser por una pandemia en 25 países de la región, la inversión en educación hubiera aumentado en un 3.6%. Algunos datos aún más recientes de marzo de 2022 que hemos identificado en un proceso de actualización del sistema de monitoreo de financiamiento de la educación que tenemos enviado y que los resultados están en nuestra página, muestran que a pesar de los compromisos asumidos con la declaración de Lizarazo para el cumplimiento del OS4, el mínimo del 6% del PIB y el 20% del presupuesto nacional, pocos países de nuestra región se acercan a estos porcentajes. Son casos excepcionales, Costa Rica, Barbados, Cuba, y quizás uno más. Así que eso está bueno, ¿no? Esto sin considerar la enorme diferencia entre países en términos de PIB y de presupuesto, es decir, no representa lo mismo este porcentaje en Guatemala que en Brasil, pero tampoco son las necesidades de condiciones básicas de ejercicio de derecho de la educación en uno o en otro país, lo cual complejiza, digamos, todo el escenario. Otro dato interesante tiene que ver con las enormes diferencias en la inversión por estudiante en cada país. Ningún país de nuestra región se acerca siquiera al promedio de los países ONU, que buscan más de $7.000 por estudiante. Pero hay algunos que están demasiado lejos, como es el caso de Colombia o de la propia Guatemala, que fluctúan entre los $2.000 y poco más. En términos de datos, estamos lejos de lograr siquiera lo que está, digamos, establecido globalmente, multilateralmente, en fin, estamos lejos. Dada la cooperación económica, la inversión que se está haciendo en nuestra región, no solo no va a aumentar, sino que va a disminuir. El cálculo es que más o menos es un 9%, y ya hay datos que muestran que esto solo está sucediendo. En Ecuador, para solo mencionar un caso, hay disminuido 12 puntos por 5% del presupuesto de educación superior pública en el año 2022. Entonces, bueno, aquí es donde se surge la cuestión sobre la distribución de la riqueza y el efecto directo que la justicia fiscal podría tener sobre el ejercicio pleno de derechos y la progresión de la obligación de nuestros estados en su garantía. Vamos a la justicia fiscal. Justamente, hace poco el año pasado, Latindadd, junto con Latindadd, hicimos un estudio de los datos en la región, que son Guatemala y en Argentina, sobre el impacto de los flujos fiscales ilícitos de la recaudación de impuestos y su relación con la inversión educativa. Este primer estudio abre el paso a un proceso, a escalar el proceso, pero lo vamos a actualizar actualmente adelante en 4 países más de la región. En este estudio se identifican datos muy interesantes. Les invito a visitar el estudio también, entonces una que lo van a compartir los amigos de la Latindadd entre los materiales de este evento. Se identifican 3 líneas concretas de impuestos para generar recursos adicionales para el empleo de educación. Una son los impuestos a las grandes riquezas de individuos, especialmente en la edad. 2, a los impuestos sobre la propiedad de mujeres, especialmente la subvaluada. Y 3, sobre el abuso de las empresas y las corporaciones multinacionales. Esta primera, recaudar eso significaría multiplicar 4 veces la inversión educativa que realizadas por los estudiantes. Y en Argentina significaría casi triplicado, para darles apenas otro dato más. Es muy interesante ver para qué servía esta recaudación por créditos en otros países. Es como un modo de entender la conexión entre la recaudación justa y el derecho, el ejercicio de derechos. Por ejemplo, un dato que hay en la plataforma de igualdad nos dice, por ejemplo, que Guatemala, por lo que se vale los montos de las utilidades, se podrían contratar 35.000 más maestros y maestras. Que en El Salvador se podrían matricular más de 1.000 estudiantes. En Ecuador contratar más de 3.000 maestros. Es decir, hay impactos concretos que están vinculados con la garantía del ejercicio del derecho. El derecho no se puede ejercer sin manos de escuela, sin manos de infraestructura, si no hay maestros formados, si no hay acceso universal, si no hay todo lo que se necesita para el ejercicio del derecho. Y esto que les estoy contando no tiene todavía nada que ver con el dinero que no se queda en nuestros países, que se llevan las corporaciones fiscales, solo para mencionar las corporaciones, y que han dejado de pagar a nuestros países desde siempre y que han ganado muchísimo, especialmente en la pandemia. Siempre observo que más de 100 estudios del Ministerio de Educación Americana de Calle que publicaron 2 meses atrás, que reporta los esfuerzos que nuestros estados han hecho para la reforma de las escuelas, tiene un bloque dedicado al financiamiento. Ninguno de nuestros gobiernos menciona haber hecho ningún esfuerzo con políticas fiscales progresivas para financiar la educación. Los esfuerzos fueron por otro lado, los esfuerzos fueron por la deuda, por la redistribución de los fondos de presupuesto público o por la política nacional de la cooperación internacional. No miraron las políticas fiscales. Es interesante, es un dato muy recurrente. Así que bueno, todo lo contable. Tampoco nuestros estados están viendo mucho esa posibilidad como una posibilidad concreta y todos se van para nosotros por qué, debo decir también como un reconocimiento al menos en las declaraciones formales que la cuestión de la política fiscal del financiamiento público para la educación pública consta en las declaraciones más recientes de los ministros tanto a nivel global como a nivel regional. Y bueno, eso nos sirve como una herramienta de lucha de esta disputa que es una disputa muy difícil y que se da efectivamente en el globo. Cierro con las perspectivas. Voy a dar 4. La primera, yo creo que es indispensable que necesitamos en el campo de los derechos humanos y del derecho a la educación comprendamos y nos apropiemos del lenguaje, los datos, la narrativa de nuestros procesos públicos, sus fuentes, las políticas fiscales, de elevación, la educación, etc. Y lo que ello significa para la comprensión de nuestros derechos. Por ello nos parece fundamental el diálogo con las alternativas económicas, con son de educación, las de salud son de educación, las de la paz son de educación, las de la justicia climática son de educación, y la educación es una lucha para todos y todas, de todos y todas y todos. Luchas interseccionales para políticas intersectoriales nos parecen fundamentales. La agenda de la justicia fiscal sabe de la naturaleza de la reducción de la pobreza, nos ayuda a deconstruirla para avanzar en una narrativa que realmente puede contribuir a una subversión de este sistema que es el problema, la distribución de la riqueza. Es una narrativa que toca al poder y eso me parece muy importante. Lo hicieron última perspectiva. Los impactos colaterales de esta narrativa de desprogresión, en el caso de la educación, son fundamentales en nuestra agenda contra la privatización, hoy fortalecida por la digitalización, la mercantilización de la educación, la descentralización y también en nuestra agenda común por el cuidado, lo común y lo común. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Nelsy. Bueno, se trata un poco de eso que estabas contando, ¿no? Y esas estratégicas que estamos tejiendo de...
Very interesting things that you have narrated to us, shared with us, and in particular the inclusion of social organizations that are involved in the labor world and the world of education that contribute to create a totally different narrative about what to do with the fiscal side, because we need a fiscal revolution in Latin America to put an end to hunger and poverty. Now I'd like to turn it over to the couple of commenters that are connected. I think already the first one is Noel Pérez Benitez. He is the coordinator of the fiscal unit at the economic development unit at the Economic Commission for Latin America. Previously, he worked with the Mexican Parliament, the Social Security, and the Social Development Secretariat. Noel, you have 5 to 8 minutes for your comments.
Sí, perfectamente.
Excelente, muchas gracias. Bueno, creo que desde empezar agradeciendo la invitación a Latindadd, a Derechos Fiscales, por invitarnos a participar en este importante evento. Tenemos ya afortunadamente varios años de colaboración en distintos temas fiscales y felices de participar con ustedes en el evento. Esta sesión de presencia es muy interesante porque hay un hilo conductor de todas las presentaciones que me antecedieron, que hay una necesidad de ampliar el espacio fiscal, de tener una mayor capacidad del sector público para financiar una creciente demanda de gasto público en muchos sectores de nuestras sociedades, que es necesario para reducir los derechos sociales y las brechas estructurales que tenemos en la región desde hace mucho y que la pandemia lo único que hizo fue agrandar, ¿no? Entonces es muy interesante la presentación de Nathalie y la perspectiva de los principios de derechos humanos en la política fiscal. Es una visión amplia de cómo incorporar estos principios para que la política fiscal sea un mecanismo de financiamiento de esa garantía de derechos que tienen que tener nuestros países para poder garantizar los derechos humanos. Posteriormente, la intervención de Verónica fue también muy interesante y mencionó dos cosas con las que yo me creo que es muy importante tomar en cuenta. La política fiscal es deuda y, sobre todo, la política tributaria desde una perspectiva de género. Y se ha estudiado el tema principalmente desde la perspectiva del gasto, pero desde la perspectiva de los ingresos públicos de la tributación no tanto. Y es una regla importante que nosotros tenemos presentando desde hace un año y medio más o menos en el panorama fiscal de 2022, cuando la primera vez que lo presentamos, y que creemos que es muy importante seguir explorando, porque hay que poder quitar esos desincentivos que existen hoy en la política tributaria, que son desincentivos a la participación de las mujeres, por ejemplo, en el mercado laboral, que castigan la economía privada, que castigan simplemente por no establecer sino contemplar la perspectiva de género. Entonces, ese es un elemento muy importante. Y otro muy importante es la limitación que tuvieron las redes de protección social durante la pandemia para atender de forma amplia e integral a muchas personas que quedaban excluidas, entre ellos las mujeres, como bien comentó Verónica, pero también muchísimos otros grupos de personas que estaban en la economía informal, grupos que forman parte de la protección social y que cuando viene una emergencia como la que vivimos en 2020 con la pandemia, no hay forma rápida y eficiente de llegar a extender esta red de protección a todos estos grupos. Así que esa es una tarea que nos queda muy pendiente, ¿no? Gabriel mencionó cosas muy importantes de la estructura tributaria y una de ellas es la que quiero hablar es la importancia de analizar las estructuras tributarias de los países de la región desde una perspectiva de su progresividad y cómo mejorar. Aquí, desde la Cepal, el área donde hemos puesto bastante énfasis es en el impuesto a la renta de las personas físicas. Hay una brecha abismal entre los países de la región y los países de la OCDE en cuanto a la recaudación del impuesto a la renta de las personas físicas. Nosotros recaudamos solo el 2% del PIB, el promedio de recaudación en 2020 por este impuesto fue de 8%. Entonces estamos hablando de casi 4 veces superior a lo que tenemos en América Latina y es un área de bastante análisis desde el sector que estamos trabajando para poder brindar análisis regionales que nos ayuden a encontrar soluciones hacia este problema. En el caso de Nelsy, me pareció muy importante su intervención y esta distinción que hacía las inversiones. Y yo creo que cuando nos vamos a pensar, en educación, pero cuando nos vamos a pensar, esta agenda pendiente que tenemos en educación, la tenemos también en salud, la tenemos en general, en todos los servicios sociales, en los grupos públicos. Si nos ponemos a hacer estos ejercicios de brecha que existen en educación, y lo hacemos en salud, y lo hacemos en otras áreas sociales, vamos a dar cuenta de esa gran decisión de las que les comentaba, que están preocupando de la razón. En realidad son más grandes. Y entonces tenemos que considerar, por ejemplo, el cambio climático, que alguien lo mencionó en las intervenciones, pero si nos vamos a enfocar las magnitudes que se requerirán en términos de inversión para poder tomar medidas de adaptación y de mitigación del cambio climático en la región, se vuelve una carga muy importante. Entonces, ¿qué tenemos que hacer? Tenemos que empezar a hablar de cómo fortalecer las estructuras tributarias de la región, fortalecerlos no simplemente recaudar más por recaudar, sino con una lógica progresiva que permita hacer un típico de punto de vista tributario y que permita generar los recursos para atender estas plataformas que se vienen y que lo podamos hacer dentro de una lógica sostenible. Y para nosotros, esta sostenibilidad tiene que ver con generar los recursos para poder financiar estos gastos que tenemos. Hay analizar los programas fiscales de compensación de hace tiempo, pero ahorita que se mencionó que la evasión tributaria, nosotros estimamos que la evasión en la región representa 6.1% del PIB, es equivalente a 325 millones de dólares. Otra área importante son los gastos tributarios, donde el promedio de la región, en todo nuestro último análisis, representa 3.7% del PIB. Si esto lo convirtiéramos a gasto público, no se puede pensar directamente como un gasto, representaría un 17% adicional de los presupuestos públicos del gobierno centrales en la región. Estamos hablando de muchísimo dinero que también tiene que considerar cómo se organiza y cómo se orientan hacia áreas prioritarias. Nuestra propuesta ha sido cómo reorientar a los sectores, ¿no? Y bueno, como mencionaba, la renta hay que pensar muy bien en los impuestos al patrimonio, a la propiedad, fortalecimiento de la estructura directa de los impuestos, ¿no? Y bueno, dos áreas excepcionales que analizamos, una de ellas en el programa fiscal 2022, que es la reducción y la producción de los trabajos fiscales a la explotación de recursos naturales no renovables Y bueno, por último, un tema que hemos analizado también en el pasado de los panoramas fiscales es considerar el número de impuestos ambientales, aunque tenemos que estar muy cuidadosos desde la óptica de los impactos distributivos de los impuestos, se tiene que tener bastante bien, y también lo relacionado con el problema de salud pública. Nada más para cerrar, comentar el panorama fiscal de este año está disponible en la página de Cepal, y de los temas que hemos hablado hoy, también tenemos estudios suplementarios como este sobre los incentivos fiscales que hicimos conjuntamente casi 3 años. Y esta perspectiva, yo sé que a nivel nacional, también con mucho más gente de analizar el sistema desde una perspectiva subnacional, que es muy importante en nuestra región. Y para ello quisiera comentarles que tenemos este nuevo producto, que es el panorama de las relaciones fiscales entre niveles de gobierno de países de América Latina y el Caribe. Pero eso es el conjunto con el MIT. Todos estos están disponibles en la página de la CEPAL. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Noel.
Thanks very much, Gabriel. We're running a little bit behind. We're almost at the end of our morning session, and we still have a panelist to share his comments with, and it's going to take a couple of minutes. It's going to take a couple of extra minutes. Now I would like to turn it over to David Acker, who is online. David is an activist. He is a writer and researcher in public education, human rights, climate and tax issues. He's a member of Action Aid and Global Location. David will be speaking in English, so if you need interpreting in the back of the room, there is headsets that we will be that you can use for simultaneous interpreting. He's not connected. No, he's not yet connected.
Cambiar sobre la marcha.
So we're going to now open the floor for questions and answers from the audience. And please move over to this side of the room for your questions. Also, if you are in Zoom or YouTube, you can share your questions with us. We have one question already. Your name and organization, and the question, please. I am Cecilia Salgado from Ecuador. Basically, my comment has to do with the fact that a fiscal policy from my standpoint is a fundamental component of a production and employment strategy. A production to meet internal domestic market issues, and with respect to human rights, I think that we should start with a right to food and nutrition. It has to do with food sovereignty and security. In Ecuador, we have one of the highest malnutrition, chronic childhood malnutrition rates throughout the region, and that's 28% that reaches 50% in the indigenous communities, and that is really a tragic situation. So the policies on food and nutrition sovereignty has 3 areas: the availability of food, the local production of food to meet the food needs, and their capacity to access those foods. That has basically to do with food, and that's got to do with industrialization policies, but also the policies for the protection of the food themselves, because subsequent to free trade agreements, we have found that in the case of Ecuador, that's a country that has the capacity to produce its own food, and 97% of wheat is actually percent of corn, and like that, that's been a tragedy of the various administrations, whether on the left or the right, but we still import 57% of wheat. That's a basic food commodity that is used in making bread. And of course, the policies to consume those foods, like health policy, the availability of public services, which is one of the elements that account for the high incidence of child malnutrition in Ecuador, and also a production strategy to participate in the world markets. And I think that's something that has not been paid sufficiently attention to. Restructuring of the various kinds of products, goods and services that we have to pay attention to, because basically depending on what we produce, we will have the ability to create the jobs and serve the domestic and international needs, and that we'll be able to go beyond extractivism, which is basically a production and employment strategy for both domestic and world markets. Thank you. Thanks very much for those words. And now we're going to turn over to the panel. We're going to open the debate to the panel for some final remarks if there's some pending issues, and then we will be closing this stage. Do you want to start, Gabriel? To some final remarks, as Adrian said, talking before lunch is kind of hard, but I wanted to invite you to look at more closely at the process to prepare the progressive tax reform in process in Chile. That's a process that started at the time of the social protest, but we were able there to bring together unions and the tax administration in Chile, the representatives from the main sectors and government and industry unions and unions from basic public services. And based on that process, a very complex process, to push forward very radical progressive agendas in our countries was difficult, so we needed to have the international support, and that's why we set up ICRIT. That's a part of the organization that Nathalie just talked about, that combines the academic and the political action to a large extent, and play a very important leading role, and they're typically welcome and well received by a range of economic and social players. And we have also invited Thomas Piketty and Ricardo Magner to join in these events, and we have managed to organize events that had a significant impact on the public, and in the framework of the Chilean constitutional debate, although that's going to be an uphill battle, but this is a very important and recent initiative that has allowed us to join efforts with civil society organizations and further prepare a comprehensive, effective, progressive tax reform in Chile, and also with the participation of international participants, players like ICRIT, and also we have been able to call the attention of other media sectors, perhaps not as progressive as we would have liked, but together we have been able to push forward an important topic among public opinion that perhaps not very long ago would not have had much of an impact from a progressive viewpoint. So that's basically what we should be trying to do in the countries where there is still some room to work together with the governments or even opposition parties that we can trust, so that from the foundation we can bring up the the labor movement and bring them together with academic and other social movements, and from there move on to the regional and eventually the global world's movements. And I think that is a very symbolic of the political process that the entire region is going through, and that as ISP we would like to contribute to. And as I said earlier, if we can reach to a common agreement to bring forward more members from the labor unions and movement, to bring into our fold the labor movement, but also to raise among them a greater awareness of the policy issues because we still need more training and involvement of these union and movements. And I would like to add to what I just said that we have to review our concepts that are so deeply rooted in terms of the way we look at economics and the way we integrate our interventions, to review these concepts and to adopt a structural change view, because policies at the end of the day that depend on that conceptual view, and the indicators also depend on this view, and put at the center stage of our debate the needs to provide better care for the environment and the people, because those are critical for our survival, given the multiple crises that we are going through, the environmental and livelihoods, a social reproduction crisis, and never stop paying attention to the demographic backdrop. Our continent is aging, and we're moving into a important stage of the continent's life cycle. It is not easy to bring all these approaches together that we have discussed in this initial panel. But I think that's the big challenge that's rising before us, how we look at economy and our interventions from a intersectional and a comprehensive standpoint.
Thank you very much, Nathalie. Yeah, really quick. I think that to close gaps and the huge gaps of inequality that suffers our region suffers, we would like to aim and focus on budget. We need to adjust budget. And like Noel said, we like this a lot because it's important to open tax and space, because we shouldn't close those gaps without resources, without public resources. A bit closer to the mic? Oh, okay. No, I don't have to repeat myself, right? I forgot what I said. But like Noel said, I really liked your idea about needing to open, or the need to open this taxing space, because if not, we can't close the gap between men and women, or white people, black people, regional population, etc. So I think that our fight should be guided, not our questions, but our budgets, and to have human rights as a key reference for expenditure and for recovery. That will be my final remark. I don't know if we have connected Nelsy. I would like to hear her for a minute with a final reflection.
Como una primera, que a todas las soberanías de las que aquí hemos hablado, me parece muy importante agregar otra, que es la soberanía digital, porque en los tiempos de la inteligencia artificial, de las corporaciones tecnológicas, nuestra fragilidad en términos de ser soberanos con nuestras tecnologías es un enorme riesgo que nos pone muchas dificultades realmente para enfrentar lo que tenemos a nivel global y lo que viene. En educación es un gravísimo riesgo, de todas maneras, pero no creo que solo en educación. Así como es una oportunidad, es un riesgo para esas autoridades tecnológicas y la presencia de las corporaciones. Entonces, ese es un punto. Entonces, otro punto que quisiera compartir con ustedes, que pensé durante toda la mañana escuchándoles, es que si bien somos unos convencidos de que la lucha por la justicia fiscal es sustancial en este momento y por la distribución de la riqueza, también sabemos que en la raíz de todo este asunto hay un problema mayor que es la naturalización de la riqueza, es decir, de la concentración de la riqueza en nuestro sentido común. En la naturalización de que hay unos que tienen muchísimo y unos muchos que tienen poco, nos juegan en contra. Y es un asunto sobre el que tenemos que trabajar, y ahí la educación tiene mucho que hacer, por supuesto también la comunicación, en fin, todos tenemos mucho que hacer. Pero es como que la política fiscal es una transición crítica, pero no es el punto de llegar desde un horizonte profundamente transformador. Así que vamos pasito a paso, pero hay que ir más allá. Eso no es lo tercero es decirles que estoy totalmente de acuerdo con que la deuda con todos los derechos es un real ejercicio en nuestra región y en muchas regiones del continente. Es una deuda enorme, enorme. Por otra parte, también estamos preocupados, digamos, desde Clade, preocupadas, porque sentimos que todavía no logramos que la gente más sencilla, nuestra familia, nuestros estudiantes, nuestros docentes y todos nos apropiemos de lo que significa en concreto ejercer los derechos. ¿Qué significa? Realmente ejercer plenamente el derecho humano a la educación. ¿Qué indicadores tenemos que conseguir? ¿Qué condiciones necesitamos? Porque no lo comprendemos bien, también nuestras luchas tienen limitaciones. Nos conformamos con poco, nos conformamos, pues no nos pueden llegar a una escuela, cualquier escuela, o cualquier educación carrera. No nos podemos conformar con eso. Nada más.
Muchas gracias, Nelsy.
Thank you very much, Nelsy. And before closing out our panel and going to lunch, I don't know what time are we going to come back. You can give me that info. And I would like to close it out with some main ideas that our redactors team has raised. The first of the importance of the principles of human rights and tax policy as a guide for governments when designing the tax policies, the importance of rethinking tax policies with a gender focus, with concepts, and obviously reorganizing the taxing policy with the focus of, with the approach of work and taxing expenditures and different mechanisms end up fitting, and the evasion in our regions is strong and sustained. And as Nathalie said, I would like to take away this closing the gap, which is opening taxing spaces, and also to promote taxing policies directed to the infrastructure of the education in each country to achieve the investment of at least a minimum of 6% of our GDP in education. And finally, and we'll close it out with this, to understand that this is not an isolated fight, that policies advance altogether in organizations that work on the right of education and everyone that works on tax justice and debt and so on. We are all together in this fight, in this war, in this combat, to finally have a citizenship and a society for all of us. Thank you, Nathalie, Vero, Noel, Gabriel, Nelsy, and thanks to everyone. We can now have lunch, and we are back at 3 p.m. 3 p.m. we're back. Thank you.
Acabo de anunciar que hay almuerzo para todos y todas.
¿Fue Salvadero?
No puedo porque tengo las manos ocupadas. Gracias, Carlito.
Muy bien. Se llamó la atención al equipo, ¿verdad?
La foto del panel.
Ah, la foto.
¿Dónde está? ¿Podría cerrarlo?
Gabriel, la foto del pan.
Sí, toma.
Te mandé un texto ahorita.
Yo leí hace cuando lanzó un poco, pero bueno, gracias. Perfecto, Pablo, gracias. Si ninguna sabe bien, los problemas con nosotros.
van a estar hablando de Don Billy?
Sí. Ellos son ya para allá.
Yo igualmente ya iba para allá.
¿Sabes dónde hay una mesita de esta? Está la crema.
Estamos allá.
Habla yo, tengo.
¿Sabe cuál es, no? Allá. Sácate ahí en toda la esquina y lo dejé. Hola, imbécil. Decíamos que terminaba abajo. Decíamos que terminaba abajo. Y armé la 3 también.
¿La 3 para qué?
Para orientar y mañana, pero como... Ya la... Eso se pone acá, me llegó el ingeniero. Hola, Chicho.
Hola, pensamos, vale.
Acá. Casi.
Ahí será.
Este está incómodo, ¿no? No, cuidado, huevón, se vaya para atrás, ¿ah? Cuidado, se vaya para atrás, ¿no? Más allá del gatito, ¿no? Eso no está bien, cuidado, ¿no? Se va para atrás, causa, anda, mía. Oye, la checha venía cruzada, vuelta bien. La cagada cuando viene así. La cagada, Dios mío. A ver si me estorba la mesa. Son grandes, ¿no? Son grandes. Acá, acá, acá. Son grandes, ¿no? Chicho, averíguate bien porque creo que mañana hay un evento acá en la sala 4, ¿ya? Te averiguas bien. No, todavía no manda correo, pues imbécil.
Ahora que te vas a ir a tu mano.
Aló. ¿Sí? Aló. Sí, dígame. No se encuentra. Dígame. A ver, me permite un momentito. Me permite un momento, por favor. Ya, ahora dícteme el número. Ya, eso es, o sea, es mi línea mío. Yo la titular de mi esposa, dígame. Claro, sí, sí. ¿Ya? Ya me bajaron el monto, porque o sea, yo me retrasaba en pagar por el motivo de que, o sea, yo hice como 2 veces he llamado y mi compañera, ¿no? Que me iba a...
Hola, sí, hola. Coche, deja de hablar por teléfono. Atento, coche.
cuerpo adentro.
Allá, de repente.
Ah, no, ya tiene el bichito. Este es como en estos.
Este tiene que ser más allá.
Ahí. Y esta. Este tiene que entrar.
Sí, ya ven, ahora abrimos un poquito más.
Este un poquito así como que... Sí, entra ahí, ¿no? Yo creo que sí, ¿ya? Esta de acá... Esta es así como tú, así, ¿no? Sí. Ya. Entonces yo dejo el micrófono acá. Aquí está, ¿no?
No, sí, Verónica está tomando agua.
Bueno, acá está el otro si quiere tomar. No puedo sacarlo. Sí, a ver. Acá se pone acá se ven el Zoom.
PPT.
No, el Zoom creo que hoy se ve, acá se proyecta, no sé.
Claro, lo que proyecta, el PPT.
Está bien, ¿no? Paquito, falta acá vaso de agua, por favor. O sea, faltan cuatro vasos.
No, pero allá también falta.
4 vasos y dos jarras.
Sí, falta.
¿Y el gordito de ahí era Magorro? ¿Entraron ahí? Entonces, Abelardo, Ricardo, Abelardo, Ricardo, José, Susana, Florencia. ¿A qué hora van a empezar?
A las 3. Pero ya son más de las 3. Pero hay que terminarlo 20 minutos después. Entonces 3:20 deben estar. Siempre es así, Manuchita. Siempre es así.
¿Está fuerte? Sí.
Un poquito no.
Hola.
¿Se lo están comiendo de todo o terminado?
Ya. Dame media horita que estoy armando ahorita una mesita, por favor. Por favor. Sí, gracias. Vamos a llevar.
Te pasé la presentación.
Sí, gracias. Eso la he pasado.
Va a ser así, o sea, y nosotros ahí.
Sí, tú estarías en el cuarto sitio. Tienes una pantalla acá también, o si quieres verlo desde lo ideal sería
sí, puede ser. ¿No?
O lo otro que presentes desde tu sitio y tengas, porque ahí hay una pantalla, ¿no? Para que puedas ver tu presentación. Y desde allá lo manejan.
¿Y quién lo maneja? Ya.
Desde allá lo manejan.
Ya.
Porque claro, la dinámica ha sido de que todos han estado sentados y pasaban con la interrupción, ¿no? De la siguiente.
Ya. Sí, bueno, como ha sido la dinámica. Sí, igual va a necesitar seguramente aunque de aquí se ve, ¿no? Bueno, yo lo que pasa es que tengo un tema de...
¿Prefieres pararte y usar un punto?
No, igual es. Bueno, además también puedo tener mi computadora para ver más de cerca.
Ah, ok.
Sí, no.
¿Se lo oye?
Ya.
¿No le han grabado ¿no? Nunca me dijeron que había que mandar. No, ya lo hubiera mandado.
Estarías acá.
Contemos unos chistes.
Sí, para no dormirnos.
Sí. Porque ¿qué quiere acá? 2 jarras y 2 jarras.
Acá también una jarra, otra jarra allá y los vasos, pues son 6 vasos.
Ya.
Porque no podemos jalar tampoco tanto en la mesa, ¿no?
Ya.
Ah,
es porque ahorita los comentaristas sí están aquí, ¿verdad?
Todos.
Sí,
No, bueno, falta uno. Bueno, Juan Pablo Jiménez lo va a hacer desde...
Ah, Juan Pablo Jiménez está afuera.
Sí, lo hace desde
Sí.
allá de
Tú te sientas, Abelardo, aquí.
Sí,
Sí,
pero lo malo es que
por
me voy a
favor.
sentar en el extremo de derecho, hombre.
Tú vas a querer
Estoy
también...
molestando.
Ah, ya.
Vas a querer también
seria.
venir al podio, ¿no?
Prefiero.
Ah, sí. Ya.
Bueno, sí, no lo hago desde ahí, pues lo que pasa...
Bueno, yo te lo manejo.
No, como gustes, porque lo es... Sí,
Es que sabes que lo que pasa es que hay algunas cosas que prefiero señalar.
de acuerdo.
Puntero.
Está bien.
No, yo no tengo puntero. Pues.
No, pero ¿necesitas?
Si tienen puntero, mejor. Esa es maña de dar pláticas. ¿Ah? Esa es una maña de dar pláticas. Ahora sí. Ya estoy. Vamos. Ahí está. Usted comienza ahorita, ¿verdad? Sí, soy el primero. No sé por qué empezamos primero, porque está hablando conmigo, pero no me oyen. Debe estar en la raíz. Sí, porque hay un montón de archivos.
Oye, no salen de... Claro, ella tiene bueno.
Lo que sí es como gobierno lanza. No vas a poder pasar.
No, es que fíjate que solo necesito mostrar algo. Sí, pues, por eso me dice, tú no hay puntero, vale la pena, si lo señalo con la mano.
Oye, pero sí está el puntero.
Es este. Sí. Sí, porque lo que pasa es que hay un detalle que viene.
Pero en el momento que vivimos no podemos seguir siendo así historial. Ahora es otra etapa, es el cambio de paradigma, no chao,
entonces, por eso es un poquito hablar de primera parte de datos.
al sexo lógico se dice que es la producción, entonces, ¿sabes? Digamos, no, es la producción, o sea, el ser humano, pero a nivel histórico...
No puedo estar allá, es mi primero. Ah, ya. Mire, yo me voy a quedar aquí una vez abajo. Voy a platicar un poco con Luis.
Te voy a avisar que te vas a parar.
Así que, por eso, realmente
del otro lado.
Izquierdo, ese ecran para que apunte ese.
Sí, mira, tendría que ser aquí.
Claro.
Tendría que ser aquí. Ah, para apuntar acá.
Sí, cosa que se viene la cámara también y la pantalla. Lo que puede ser.
Ok, perfecto.
Yo digo eso, que estén atentos para que te sigan.
Vaya, gracias.
Ok. Sí, porque si no viajar mucho,
Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenas tardes, José Chávez.
Bueno, ya comenzamos de una vez, ¿no? Porque... ¿Perdón?
La dejaste castigar el rincón de...
Ah, sí, no, es que falta José Chávez y luego está Susana. Claro, nos hemos puesto en orden de presentación, ¿verdad? Pero
gracias. Yo lo molesto.
Buenas tardes.
¿Cómo te has portado?
Yo siempre me porto bien.
¿Será cierto o no?
Relativamente.
Sí, porque no lo creo. Bienvenida, ¿viste? Ya tenía tanto tiempo de no verlos.
Había que venir.
Había que venir.
Por eso, estamos para entrar acá.
En la habitación. ¿Cómo? Varios están en la habitación todavía. Sí, es que era esperable, ¿ves? Esperamos unos minutitos. Sí. Pero lo decidí. Es que sí es porque el almuerzo terminó un poquito tarde. Y mientras suben, porque no les va a dar aquí a echar la siesta. Sí, sus habitaciones. ¿Será? Sí, yo creo que van a venir.
All right, good afternoon, colleagues. We invite you to take a seat.
Bien.
Well,
Bueno,
okay then.
vamos a dar inicio
We'll start
a la segunda sesión
our second session of the day.
denominada la progresividad esquiva,
Go
impuestos directos
progressiveness,
y reforma tributaria. Para este
elusive progressiveness, direct taxes, and tax reform. And for this, we have a couple of colleagues and friends that we've shared this work with in our fight against, or in our fight after tax justice. It's a real pleasure to have you back here, as after so many years, or a few years, that the pandemic didn't allow us to meet face to face. So this is an important opportunity, again, to have this panel and retake some of the proposals or reforms that have been happening in the last few years, and especially in the pandemic context. We know that the pandemic has worsened the situation, and many of the problems we've mentioned before during the previous panels, the need of broadening the tax base through a group of regulations or proposals or reforms that will lead us to the improvement of the social protective services, to the improvement in a way of equity in our country, to the improvement on the need of having policies that will lead us to obtaining gender equality, social protection, quality services for education, and the broadening also of policies financing that are directly linked to environmental policies. And this panel is going to try and broaden some of the framework that we've been working upon in this last few years in our fight after tax justice. So we will have, and we would like to remind you of a couple of things we have for our colleagues that have just joined throughout the afternoon. We have the QR code so we can download documents and information that we've been working with due to the different organizations and panelists and participants of this encounter. So to start this session, I would like to first off open the mic and give a warm welcome to our colleague Abelardo Medina. And Abelardo is in charge of the area of macro taxing analysis of economists from Guatemala, from San Carlos, and has a PhD from the Galileo University and Master in Finances from the University Rafael Andívar. He also has specializations in politics and taxing matters, international aspects of taxing organizations in matters of transfer prices. Also, he's been the superintendent of recovery, of fiscalization, and at the end of her position of enacting as that position, she acted as an interim LASAP director in Guatemala, and also currently is being a director and coordinator of Universidad Saldívar and for central banking, sponsored by Vanguardia Sembla URL, and especially he has a long history and background in education with PhD, masters in different universities, Galileo, San Laliva, San Carlos, and Guatemala Valley. And he's an author of different projects related to taxing matters and public finance, and so let's say for Central America and Guatemala. So with this brief presentation or introduction, I'm going to open the mic to Abelardo's presentation. I believe that we have a mic there too. I don't know which one works better. And Abelardo is going to give us his presentation about the tax reforms in the case of Central America. So Abelardo, we have 15 minutes. So everyone took more time than expected at lunch and now I have less time. Well, okay, that's fine. I just wanted to make a sound test. First, let me say that it's a great pleasure to be here in this meeting. It's been a while since we saw each other, and I told Luis that the advantage of this meeting is that we can find old friends. I never said friends that are old, by the way, but it's good that we're here. I'll try to be really strict with the time that I have because this is something relatively hard to keep up with. But let's go fast. What you're looking at in the screen, and precisely that's what I'm down here to try and show you how this taxing has been behaving in Central America during the last century. And as you can tell, when we talk about direct taxes, we are basically across the countries of the region, we've seen a trend to improve the relative way of taxes and direct income that we have upon taxes. And what we are observing is an awareness in Central American countries to improve this taxing system. But what we are looking at is two important phenomena. One of them is that there's a series of reforms that we've encountered during these last 2 decades of the century where we've tried to cover spaces of taxing evasion and also focusing on the relative importance of the other income that generates the illusion that direct taxes are occupying a more important type of part. This, what you're looking at, is the relative way regarding the internal or the GDP that the country has. As you can see, we have Nicaragua with the greatest impact on income. But if you go back, you'll see that Nicaragua still has greater income than the total amount. That means that not necessarily this relative weight is telling me that we were able to solve certain things. Let's not focus in Guatemala or Panama even that have a relatively small participation regarding the GDP. We can see here in the screen that we have a segment that starts from a research that was made in ICEFI about the relative weight on the direct and indirect taxes on the income of people in El Salvador. We have different countries as well per each one of these spots, but in El Salvador, for example, you can see that in the rural area, basically direct taxes don't have an impact except for 9 and 10. In indirect taxes, it's the same effect basically. And in the meantime, in the urban side, we also have a bit of a direct effect on these segments, but until segment 8. And in direct taxes, we have basically the same effect again. We find the same thing in Honduras. If you notice in the rural area, basically there's no effect in direct taxes. And in the urban area neither. So indirect taxes are basically the same thing. So what are we saying right now? That despite or beyond only having direct taxes in our countries at the level that we have, can we go back? Yes, thank you. So basically what we were observing is that there's only a small type of impact, sometimes in note 7, 8, and 9, but indirect taxes basically are proportional in a way that has a certain sense, because the majority of us talk about taxing being progressive. We are asking ourselves now, how many constitutions say that it needs to be progressive? Only a few of them. Only a few of them. So pretty much all constitutions, please. Next one, what they do is to say that what needs to rule is the capacity of payment principle, but this capacity of payment can also be proportional, and in some constitutions, like in the Honduras case, is more taxable. So it says that taxing needs to be proportional. So it doesn't have to be progressive, and that has caused internal problems, because when the government, all the governments have tried to do a legal type of change, they get upset when apparently taxing will be progressive. But we need to be really careful on this particular. To summarize it, all the marginal rates in the region of taxes will be between 25 or 30%, just as we have in the rest of the world. But the main difference here is that the theoretical potential is far away from the real potential, because these are segments that are not recorded because taxes are by territory, and because we have a lot of taxing shields. And I noticed that I haven't talked about preferential taxing treatment. But there's a different thing. But we have countries such as Honduras that has an alternative tax that will help them to recover. And in Nicaragua, that's where we have a greater recovery with a final definite payment, which is higher. In Nicaragua, it says that there's certain segments from the business side that whenever they get to the level of income, they need to pay certain percentage of tax or income tax, including 3%. And what we need to make a difference also here is that I'm talking about marginal rates, but the effective rates in the Central American region are between 0.8 and 1.2% of the gross income. And meanwhile, in Nicaragua, we were able to achieve that and to increase it. That's why Nicaragua is paying more, because they are around 3% for the biggest companies. Also in Guatemala, the income tax, what is gathering or recovering the most, is a sort of a turnover tax. It's a type of tax that makes it the segment that pays taxes the most. And also there's deductibles to make it so we don't pay more. So taxes are subjective, but by territory and dual at the same time, and that's where problems start. In Costa Rica and in Honduras, we have serious differences in the treatment between companies, between legal persons or legal people and legal. So what happens is that owners of companies here could have legal individuals and illegal individuals that they do business with. So what we do is to give them a special treatment to those that make this type of individual businesses, because I'm giving them the opportunity to have arbitration. And we have different types of rates, different types of income that generates inequity.
En materia de impuestos sobre la
in the income or the taxes for property, we don't get to 25% in El Salvador, but we don't have such broad bases and foundations. But there's an interesting aspect, because if you notice, the majority of constitutions have a principle that's called the principle of non-confiscation, and that's a series of resources around this has been imposed, because many of the taxes being small, they end up confiscating or having confiscating power. But there's some sort of thing that's covering in this type of taxes in Guatemala. We have creditable taxes to our income tax, but to summarize it, it's not different from what we have in the rest of the world. But the only thing is that it does have certain special little things. And let me finish off with this. we can speak in the region about real reforms in favor of progressiveness because, first of all, the majority of governments, they don't believe in progressiveness terms. We need to be really careful because they have defined, even in the Constitution itself, that taxing it should only respond in even only to proportionality. And there's a conflicts with the current structures because, as I'm used to saying in my meetings, ask to which of my Central American countries has a taxing politics or policy. Not even one, not even Costa Rica. There's no taxing policy or politics here. So we just find what we get, and then we can say, okay, let's do this reform and let's adjust that a little bit and let's tighten up some controls, but there's no taxing policy, and not even in the sense of the making of the law or in the objectives or even in the purpose of it. There's also an element that we need to be really careful with because we make some taxing reforms or attempts of, and what happens is that law goes on one side and the taxing administration goes on the other side, on another path. And the thing here is that taxing administration have real limitations to banking information, to real banking information. And of course, this is not a part of the discussion, but there's a huge amount of taxing filtrations from the taxing shields going for differentiated structures, going through all the illicit or illegal sources of capital and that we know about, etc., etc. So the problem, and I'm finishing off with this, is that taxing in Central America is similar as of the rest of the world, but none of them is interested into making it progressive. And actually, just let me tell you that last week I had the opportunity of having a conversation with new representative of the Honduras government that they're really trying, believe me, to change the constitution. So they allowed for taxing to be progressive, because nowadays, currently, we can't. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Abelardo. No, muchas gracias por la capacidad de síntesis.
Thank you very much for your summarization capacity and skills. Thank you very much for letting us know about the scenario that Central America has lived through the last few years and is still living with the main challenges and what people have to face. So thank you very much. You had 10 minutes. We were able to make some time. We were a bit delayed in our agenda. So now I'll open the mic to our next panelist. I'll open the mic to Ricardo Marner. Ricardo is currently a member of the Independent Commission for the Reform of Corporate Taxing System International, ICRI. He's worked for many years for the United Nations at Cepal, where he's been the director of taxing matters for around 30 years, right? At least that's the reference of your work within Cepal. So it's a lengthy and important career. He was in charge of different topics, especially in the organization of seminaries of taxing politics. For many years you have managed this, and you were able to manage these international encounters. You've been a professor of finances and economy in many Latin American universities, many research type of work related to this redistribution of income, macro financial matters, dynamics for debts, and all of the taxing and cooperation scope with international cooperation in taxing matters. That's why he has collaborated with many reports from the UN and is an author and co-author of many, many books, reports, articles related to this thematic. So Ricardo, you have the mic for 15 minutes. Ricardo, you explain to us a bit of the context of what it implicates to have a taxing reform that's about to be implemented in Chile. What are its effects? What are its main aspects that we consider really important in this context for Chile in the framework of trying to encourage reforms?
Very well. I would like to start by thanking Luis for moderating this session and the organizers for inviting me. It is really a pleasure to join so many colleagues and friends. But the introduction brought me back to a seminar 20 years ago, and the speaker started by discussing the things that I was going to talk about, and the people started to, whoa, and that grew louder and louder. So at the end of the day, what I said it was to ask for very short introductions, but I thought that was a particularly good-humored audience. And it took a while for people actually to understand what the whole thing was about. I have been convened this morning for a couple of things. I wear several hats at this stage of my life, and one of the issues was the Initiative for Human Rights and the experts issue. And it seemed to me that it was a particular space for dialogue, basically among lawyers and economists, because we at the first sight, we don't usually understand fiscal adjustment and demand issues and the intervention of the Inter-American Court in that respect. So this has been a particularly interesting task, in particular concerning what we have done in Chile to provide the members of the Constituent Assembly to draft a new constitution that would include a progressive component as a fundamental component. Tidal wave, where fiscal policy was perhaps not necessarily the most important component, but there is this persuasion of the importance of a fiscal policy when it comes to tax policy, when it comes to human rights. And the other reference that it comes from what Gabriel said about the talk with the Piketty and ICRID, because that's got to include a domestic component. Tax policy is an international policy for good, but it is important that it's based on the each country's tax sovereignty. So we're here talking about not a single country's agenda, but an international agenda. What one country does can provide sort of an example or a counterexample to what other countries do. So we go like once and again to discuss the same topics, and this leads us to the new fiscal tax policy, the resurgence of this concept that starts in Guatemala in the 1990s after their war, and that was incorporated into the 1998 ECLAC tax policy document as brought back by Mario Marcel from Chile, Minister of Finance. He has shared the tax reform with exactly the same name, a new tax accord that'll be fair and efficient. And I think it is important to go back to that issue as one of the fundamental issues of the consensus that should be created by these tax justice, tax fairness topics. What I'm going to do now is going to go over the starting point and the main reform proposals. This is a summary, a summary of what the minister said. This is not totally my authorship, but I think it is important that you are aware of the way in which this reform is being proposed, because it includes tax policy fairness that we have been talking about for so many years, and the minister has gone back to this idea, has taken those principles back, and then has drafted them into a government plan. I think rather than going in over the same things that we always talk to realize that the authorities themselves are picking up these principles back. So let us now very briefly and quickly give an example of what we're talking about. The Chilean case is particular because for, say, 30 years, the tax rate was 19-20%, and the reason for that is that there is a basic reason behind that, and that's the fact that growth rate was 7%. The GDP was growing at 7 to 9%. So there was significant tax collection, and the TVA was about 19%, and the internal revenue head was so proud of this large tax collection. Thanks to the TVA collection, that was a sort of a way to strike a balance when it came to inequality issues. So people said, if we're growing at 7-9%, what would be the sense of starting a tax reform? It would discourage investors and stunt growth. It was a ex-post neoliberal, but I think it is also sort of what I might call tax laziness. As Colombia says, many opportunities to build a more balanced system were wasted. In the next transparency, we see how this was reflected in the makeup of the tax system in Chile. In Chile, that's the fuchsia purple bars that shows that collection by categories for individuals, it is much lower than the OECD average, and not just today, but if we compare this to the OECD back in 1978, that is exactly the same thing. We grew, we developed, our GDP is much, much higher than it used to be. That taxes are extremely low. This is not the case about companies, corporate taxes, but as we will see in a minute, this is the consequence of the copper industry and tax collections. Social contributions are minimal, as are property taxes. That is much, much lower than the OECD average. And when it comes to value added, well, we are the champions when it comes to TVA, and this is something that in the 90s everybody was so happy about. It is like the Washington Consensus. This is what you can actually accomplish with TVA. In the next transparency, we see that the reform from this point of departure, in particular the social explosion that where tax reform, tax issues had a very important President Mark and his colleagues talked about the renationalization of the copper industry to finance social expenditure, but that's an old story. Now, for the first time, there's these social conversations where authorities talk to various municipalities and the people in the neighborhoods about tax issues. This was first ever experience that allowed to collect the people's expectations, basically concerning the difficulty of stopping tax evasion and elusion among the wealthier people, because they are the ones that would be mostly affected by these direct taxes. The people are clear that this reform is necessary. In July, only last month, the main initiatives, legislative initiatives, bills concerning this tax reform were introduced, and in the fourth quarter, there will be debate on what they call corrective taxes that have basically to do with the environment and taxes on emissions, although probably spirits and tobacco taxes will be revised to try and correct people's vices, and also the land tax that is crucial for territory development. So there's been a whole year that we've been talking about tax reform, and perhaps next year we will see if some sort of agreement was actually reached. But these are the principles that should be complied with, and for the first time ever, reform issue is explicitly concerned with the progressiveness and equality. This is a trend that was launched back in 07 in Uruguay with a broad front, the Frente Amplio, where equity in Latin America by a government specifically was proposed. And because so far reforms had been focused on collection, increasing tax collection, and the typical way of collecting more taxes is through indirect taxes that are much faster to collect and do not require a very heavy administrative burden. So when it comes to progressiveness, that is a special case. They require special ambition that we're going to be talking about in a minute. The other principles are kind of classical: transparency, efficiency, commitment to tax compliance, tax costing. Simplicity is something that we have fought very much for during the constitutional process, and in what we have called in the Chilean tax justice citizens tax justice network that brought together a number of organizations, because a matter of fact is that lack of a transparency, the opaqueness or the excessive complexity of these systems, basically when it comes to disintegration, integration, and between individuals and corporations and tax exemptions are a number of issues that open a broad avenue for improvements. Taxpayer assistance and contribution, particularly for the wealthier taxpayers who are undereducated when it comes to tax issues. The shared responsibility, the certainty, and adaptability. These are the principles that emerge from this start of the reform. What are the objectives? They're very ambitious to collect 4% of GDP in 4 years. Everybody wonders if that is feasible, and I say it is, but the tax issues are at the top of the list to increase the progressiveness and close tax regressiveness, like for instance when it comes to tax elusion. These are the issues that are going to be getting our greatest attention during this reform, and also modernization and the globalization of taxpayers. That's another issue that needs to be paid attention to, and also to start talking about asset holding, because there are a number of constitutional principles that so far prevented to open bank accounts, examine bank accounts. And I'm not going to be taking much longer, but what we see in this transparency addresses something that how each of these initiatives got to do, although this may not be specific to it, with the expenditure allocation, budget allocations, at least from a conceptual standpoint. It is not mandatory expenses like the social safety net and the economy of care and universal incomes. All these things would be made more just and a better risk approach, more balanced risk approach would be taken to this to reduce illusion and to focus on productive development. These are very important large headlines. And finally, the corrective taxes like the environmental taxes, all this in the framework of tax sustainability. The fiscal path has already been blazed. There's not much to be done in respect of debt in Chile. That's well contained. And we're not here talking about present day collection, but we're talking about a future expense in the framework of a serene timeline, as we're going to be seeing in the next transparency. And I'm going to skip over the details of each of these measures, but in the next transparency, this one, I want to stay here on the tax on wealth. That's a new thing in Chile. Actually, this is something that has only been discussed widely in recent times, and the idea is basically that 6,300 people that are domiciled and are Chilean residents, this is a very small fraction of the population, for people who hold assets above $5 million. I wonder if that is a concern for somebody here in the audience. Who would tax at 1%? We would tax wealth above $5 million by 1% and 1.8% for people holding wealth larger than $15 million. It's a very small tax. Take into account the very large wealth that is held by some people in Chile after so many years of a liberal regime. This is a topic that is being discussed widely in the media by a number of people. That's the contribution of the wealthiest people to fiscal justice. It is said that that would actually impact about 3% of the people, and that would not change the taxes for all the other citizens. And this is something that Jose Antonio Campos and Gustavo Petro have discussed. These are not reforms that are going to have an impact on the largest segment of the population, but only to the wealthier classes. Of course, there are arguments for and against, but it's definitely a very interesting debate. In the next transparency, I think that I've already used all my time. No, one more. Large mining, the royalty issues, that's another issue that can be addressed based on the price of copper quotations. So the rates range from 5% to 45%. One more ahead. And these be the impacts of the reform by 2023, 0.6% of GDP, basically because of the changes in corporate taxes. By 2024, that'll be 1.8%. And here natural resources start playing a role in income tax. By 2025, we started collecting a tax on people's wealth, individual wealth. That's the wealth tax and some other taxes that basically have to do with the corrective taxes that I mentioned already. So by 2026, we'll be at 4.1% GDP. That's the timeline that seems quite feasible, and that's got a lot to do with reducing evasion and illusion. You know better than I, if you are tax knowledgeable, many administrations are governed by directives or resolutions rather than by laws. So a government that is devoted and closing those gaps can do that through decrees and directives and guidelines, and not necessarily through laws. So there is a possibility, a capacity to narrow those gaps, and if that is if they exist, if those capabilities are there, that's going to be reflected in these gaps. Tax evasion in Chile is about 7.5% of GDP. You talk about, there's a lot of talk about efficient administration, and the 4.5% is a tax on income. So the black holes are huge, and obviously there's got to be a political will, a very strong political will. And our president is not a billionaire either, not like our previous president, nor does he have any tax haven connections. So we can create that there is a possibility to increase the tax collection. And I'm going to leave it there, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Ricardo, for your presentation. One last thing, this is not signed because this is a PowerPoint from the Ministry of Housing, so if you could put or scan the QR code, you can go directly to the Ministry of Housing, and not to me, because they will tell that I am an officialist. So thank you, Ricardo, and thank you very much for the important efforts that we have and that are going on in Chile, and also from the Citizens Network for Tax Injustice, which is also a great input into the reinforcement of tax injustice in Chile. All right, so we'll open now a space to our next speaker, Jose Chavez. Jose is a doctor in economy with a PhD in international economy and development from the University of Paris, Sorbonne. He's been in the Ministry of Environment of Peru and consultant from the Economy and Finances Ministry, also co-founder of Recuperación, and currently developed himself as a co-operator of the Bulletin Peruvian Reality and a main observer of mining conflicts in the country. Jose has a lengthy background in mining aspects, tackling productive aspects, environmental thematics, relationships with surrounding population. He's a consultant from Cepal and OID from in the making of conditions and environment of work in Peru, and he's developed different studies and research in Peru in the mining sector. So with this, let me open the mic to Jose de Chavez so he can tell us a bit of all of the work and the efforts that we've had to encourage this taxing reform, especially in the extractive sector. It's been a lot of work, really powerful, doing your consultants to Pedro Franque in the Ministry of Economy and Finance to try and implement taxing reform, transparent, progressive, but not necessarily we were able to achieve it due to the lobbies of different corporate sectors. Some of the specifics added themselves up, but at the background, the heavy ones weren't able to pass. So Jose is going to tell us a bit more about it. Thank you. Good afternoon. First off, I'd like to thank the invite to Latindadd and congratulate you for, I don't remember which number anniversary you have, but I hope that there's many more to come. And it's a real pleasure to share this panel with such important colleagues. I would like to start by mentioning certain aspects that are important. Some background information that I'd like to share with you. All right, if we can move 2 slides forward. All right, the first thing is that our reality, and this is not something unique to Peru, but in the Peruvian case concretely, maybe the dimension of the reality of the taxing system is that it doesn't generate enough resources to respond to such important topics such as health, education. But I insist that the dimension is what I wanted to highlight. As you can see in these first 2 graphics that show the income of a government as a percentage from the GDP, non-financial numbers, we are far from the Latin American average and even further from the OECD countries. And we have critical bottlenecks that have not been surpassed or solved, one of them being the non-compliance taxing-wise. We calculate that till last year we had a taxing compliance of around 8% of the GDP, which means what? 3 times the budget of health, 2 times the budget of education, 10 times the budget for social protection. But what's most complicated about this is that instead of moving forward, all the indicators are showing us going backing up. As you can see in the chart in 2014, taxing non-compliance in the Peruvian IVA it was 28.7, and 2020 28.1, and the income tax was 24.1%, and now we're at almost 50%. Numbers for 2021 haven't changed much. But the next graphic also can show you a bit of the situation of backing up. As you can tell, we have here taxes from Latin America and from Peru. And we can get three conclusions out of this graphic. Like 21 years ago, we were behind the regional average in Latin America, 3%, 12 points. 15.2 was the number of Peru. And the super cycle calls for taxing income to increase, which also increased in Peru with a lot of laziness in the taxing scope, like Ricardo mentioned. In Peru, we were in an autopilot. We did nothing. And then we had a bump of the financial crisis in 2008, 2009. Then we encountered another super cycle. And once the super cycle is finished, my second conclusion would be that meanwhile in Latin America, tax and income started increasing due to the policies that were implemented and taxing reforms and so on. They allowed the income to increase. Income that came from sectors not linked to natural resources because they were falling apart. And in Peru's case, we came crumbling down. There was nothing, and as a consequence of awful decisions that were made at the end of Mr. Humala's administration, taxes decreased. Then Mr. Kuczynski opened a hole in the taxing funds, giving out credit to micro and small companies. And as you can see in the graphic, the difference with Latin America as a region broadens in about 7%. It's clear that we haven't done our homework. The monetary fund says that taxing culture in Peru didn't follow up with the Peruvian macroeconomy. We talk about all of the Peruvians' financial success, but we can also discuss how successful was it. But the taxing policy didn't follow through with our task to carry on with the evolution of the macroeconomy in Peru. And of course, if taxing reform, next slide please, without this taxing income, it's going to remain in an insufficient status. This is a graphic from the Finances and Economy Ministry, and that shows us that it's clear that a country with taxing pressure under 15-18% has a collapsed state. And that's the Peruvian situation we knew before the pandemic, but we've observed it throughout in all its brightness across the pandemic. So in that scenario, last year, once the government changed and the Ministry of Finances and Economy is assumed by Pedro Franque, a colleague, a friend that's close to many of the institutions that works around this, he established the following: a proposal for taxing reform with a structural character with these three main cores. The first one would be to move forward with the formalization processes, which is a really big problem in our Peruvian economy sector of the Congress, from Economy Commission, Education Commission, and of course the business sector, especially in the mining business sector, also from the big means of communication. So there was an internal scenario where we thought was kind of positive, but in the international scenario, all of the organisms, Monetary Fund, World Bank, the Fund for Latin America, and OECD, and they all were clear in recommending to strengthen taxing policies to mitigate the impacts of the pandemic, and of course, with a logic and a perspective of looking after sustainability. And at the same time, many countries started out to carry on some of the reforms with more or less success, but the Colombian case, Mexico, Ecuador, and apparently this trend carries on. In the Chilean case, what we've heard, for example, these last few days from Colombia, they established a trend. So under the context where these elements in the political or the internal Peruvian politics, and especially with these elements of the international scenario, is that we established this proposal of taxing reform. And of course, one of the core or key elements of this proposal of reform, it had to do with the mining sector, which is a key fundamental sector that is a part of the productive matrix of the country. So that taxing or fiscal matter in the mining sector is nothing new. It has been discussed, especially in the super cycle period, especially in two election campaigns in 2006 and 2011. the candidates that were the final candidates committed themselves and made a promise of looking over the mining canon, but of course, in 2006, for example, we had Mr. Garcia winning the election for his second administration, and something that's incredible, and maybe you can correct me, is that we replaced the idea of public policy into making a modification to a taxing regime in the mining sector, and this goes through a voluntary provision. So the companies would say when, how much, what magnitude, and they were managing the resource in their own territories or scopes of influence. So that's what we got to know in Peru as the mining overload. So the proposal that's been established in this taxing policy was to provide a bit more information. I don't know if there's any background about it, but the other change that happened was in 2011, meaning almost at the end of the super cycle, which is true at the beginning of Mr. Humala, where we established certain adjustments. We adjusted the regime for royalties in the mining sector, and then we created a special mining structure that summarized on and what's the system or the taxing current systems. But going back to the current scenario, what steps were taken once the government was changed, or the administration was changed, and the Ministry of Government of Finances announced this type of taxing reforms for the next year. First off, there was something that had to be done. Then the Congress gave faculties to work in taxing matters, and then while the government was assessing if they were going to give these powers or not, the Ministry of Finances and Economy also requested technical consultancy to the Public Finances Department, to FAT, on its acronym, from the Monetary Fund, to be able to develop 3 key aspects of the taxing reform plan that we wanted to take place, and one of them had to do with the mining regime. So what the Monetary Fund recommended and established and mentioned in the report? The first thing is that we have a diagnose side in this document, where we make a comparative analysis on the taxing regime in Peru with 16 different countries that were kind of the sample or the countries to compare with. And the fund concluded that, first off, the taxing regime that exists in Peru was a competitive regime, especially because we were using specific types of taxes based on utilities. And a second matter, or a second subject, is that the total pressure for a project, a representative project for copper, and copper is our main mineral for export in Peru. In grand scale, a copper project was for 41.7% of a utility, and this is a percentage that was placed in Peru more or less in the medium of this, or in the middle of this 16 country sample. This is a report that the fund presented. Peru appears in these 3 levels in red, and I want to stop a bit here because the first level is the current system, meaning the effective impositive rate with conventions or that country has signed, but it's a little bit above the average. The second level is the current taxing system, a little bit under that, 41.7. Then what I mentioned, in a bit more, well, a bit lower than that, is the current system, or the current rate, without the participation of workers in utilities. So this is something really important, because it's a part of the discussion, because the participation of workers in utilities, it's an obligation, a general obligation. It's not something specific for the mining sector in Peru, but it's also deductible from income tax, is deductible from the base of royalties, and it's also deductible from the tax to mining that was established in the reform of 2008. And the fund says that, and it mentions it in its report, that it's not completely clear about this obligation, or that at least the total of this obligation should be considered within the calculation of the taxing load of the company. And in the analysis of many taxing regimes in the mining sector, or strategic sectors overall, Normally, they don't include the social security provisions or different labor costs. So the fund says that the obligation of paying out for the participation of workers, it will be reflected partially in the taxing load. So we might have a discussion. I think that we've gotten ahead, but going back to the previous chart, we have a discussion about what's Peru's position or spot here, but it'll still be in an active position in a participation scheme without PTU. So at lights of this situation, and I'm running out of time, but the fund concluded on different things. First off, the fund mentioned that the current taxing regime in Peru linked to mining or related to mining allowed a space to increase taxing pressure on this sector without affecting international scope, and that was one of the requests that the Ministry of Finances and Economy asked the directors of the fund. We want to reform this. We want to capture a greater percentage of the extractive activities, but without losing international competitiveness. And the second recommendation was that the fund was establishing the change in a moderate manner, really moderate manner, the tax rate of meaning the royalty and the special tax to mining that was established in 2008. And it also talks about the increase or the moderate increase of royalties until 1 percentage point without affecting the progressive structure of the current regime. And let me highlight here one more thing. No, what's in red is that we can point was linked directly to the mining tax reform. And that wasn't able to be done because there was a change of minister, and in the practical side, the proposal for this reform ended up filed. So this taxing reform is now in the limbo, and it's another chapter that we have in our Peruvian history. But let's see what happens with the new minister that was appointed 2 days ago. But the question here is that it's still a current subject, and without a shade of a doubt, I think it is. Not just because we have as a country a pending allocation to recover in our taxing pressure to at least approach the Latin American average, but because of the mining sector has been in an important period of bonanza. And the calculation that we've done in the next slide is that, and taken in 2020's April, which is a period where minerals prices started increasing, till March 2022 is where the mining sector had incredible income, extraordinary income, in around $21 billion. So this is something that we've never seen before, not even in the super cycle. In the previous one, we had such an important increase. And in the previous one, you can see that prices have decreased because copper was got down to 4 euros per pound, extraordinary levels, and now it should be, I haven't checked it out today, but it should be 340, 350. And in the next one, you can see the terms of exchange, where we are in a situation that was similar from the super cycle situation. And in the next one, you can see the evolution of copper, where of course we've seen a fall to the right, but you can see that copper prices in the super cycles 22, 23, we are right around there. And in the case of gold, we are at the highest levels of the previous period. Prices have dropped from metal, base metals, yes, but we are still in high levels, especially in a country where, like the Peruvian case, that has production cost in the case of copper, which are the lowest ones in the world. And producing a pound of copper here costs $1. We are really way under other countries that we directly compete with, among them Chile. So, and that's why, and now I am actually finishing. We have a pending allocation in Peru, and I believe that this is a key element that we need to assume. We are clearly delayed in regards of the regional average, and it's unacceptable for a reform proposal ends up being, with those structural characteristics, ends up being filed back again. I believe and I'm pretty convinced that we have conditions to keep on putting up this discussion into the public debate, and we have these forums such as Latindadd, the Citizens Proposal Core Group, and we have territories and land where extractive activities are going on and where they also, of course, talk about this type of things. And this is a survey that we've done just recently, and Oxon introduced with the Peruvian Survey Study Center. We see that 8 out of 10 people surveyed consider that if people and companies were to pay the taxes that they have to, the government would have an opportunity to provide better public services in what? In health, education, implementation of programs for poverty reduction, among all the elements and all the indicators. So we still have some homework cut out for us to try and at least approach to the regional average. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, José, por esta importante presentación. Bueno,
thanks very much for that presentation. Recuperación, together with Oxfam and the Propuesta Ciudadana think tank, and perhaps some other organizations are also members of the Tax Justice Network, aimed at introduce progressive tax policies in Peru. I think it is important to underscore the connection between all these organizations and the tasks that are being undertaken in Peru. And I'm going to turn it over to the next member of the panel, Susana Ruiz. Has asked me to introduce her as international coordinator for Oxfam in Peru, but I have taken the trouble to do a little bit of investigation into the great work that she has done, because Susana has helped us a lot in coordinating the Latin America inequalities by Oxfam that started important effort mobilization throughout the region, and she has also participated in a number of Oxfam forums and other international organizations like the World Bank, the IMF, OECD, and G20, where some reforms have been proposed and fostered. And the European Union, by the way, and she has also worked in a number of regional roundtables in Asia and Latin America and in periodical debates with research journalists. She has authored many Oxfam reports on international taxing and inequalities, and she regularly contributes to a number of blogs on fiscal justice, tax justice blogs. She will be sharing with us the various components of the international tax agenda, components, in particular in what concerns taxes to the initiatives to tax large fortunes, the wealthiest people, and international cooperations, and the universal minimum tax proposal. 15 minutes for your presentation, and thanks very much, Luis, and thanks also for bringing me back to Lima. As you have said, there are many efforts that we have engaged in together with members of the panel and members of the audience. And I wanted to talk a little bit about this tax progressiveness that we were talking about, and think about it from a broader standpoint, a more creative viewpoint. Remember, Carlos, that in Mexico we talked recently about the need to think or rethink tax progressiveness with a little bit more audacity, but also a more innovative and creative way of its components. We're not just talking about getting back some progressiveness in a tax design, but also to break away from a lot of the inertia, and to talk about those who are on the edge of that hyper concentration of wealth that do not respect the principles of equity, and that make a progressiveness so difficult to understand for the ordinary citizen. And I want to look at all this issue from the rethink about these tax progressiveness from the viewpoint of the three major challenges. Not talking about fiscal laziness and the super cycle and tax apathy that came subsequently, but at a time of a very two very deep crises that have affected a region that already carried the burden of a very deep inequality. When Ricardo said that many countries, in particular Chile, there had been no tax reforms because it was almost not necessary for several decades because of this growth inertia and laziness. Now we are in a context where growth has slowed down significantly, but we do have inflation, very high inflation, much higher than it's been for several decades. And we have a cost of living crisis that's destroying the progress that had been made in reducing inequalities and poverty. So we have this combo that's very significant in understanding what measures that should be taken, and to which we're going to add some elements. The first one is the explosion of inequality. When we talk about tackling tax designs, we have to think about it and how this super concentration of wealth has evolved in the last 3 years in particular, and also the idea of the profits that are earned by large corporations through business models that make it particularly difficult to understand or to propose solutions from the local viewpoint, national viewpoint, to understand how those profits are created or how the corporations evolve, but in particular since the pandemic and during the war that's going on. And that's why the title of this conference is so appropriate. What we see is these huge windfall profits by some industries that are basically eluding their tax responsibilities. And the final thing that I would like to talk about is that these times that we're living in the region perhaps should also help us to coordinate the leadership, new leaderships that will make us, help us to promote these new agenda. So I would like to start by talking about the concentration of wealth. What we have seen since the beginning of the pandemic has a lot to do with the decisions that are being made in Chile and in Colombia in regards of a tax reform. What we have seen is the explosion of the wealth of the explosive growth of the ultra-rich, the wealth of the ultra-rich. Between 2020 and 2022, the wealth of the super-rich around the world has grown more than it had grown in the previous 23 years. In the LAC region, that has grown at such speed that the ultra-rich we're making $5 billion an hour, or $124 million a day. The GDP, the region's GDP is growing at 1.8%, while the super rich world has grown at over 4%. And they have not just decoupled, they have skyrocketed. We have seen the emergence of 27 new billionaires throughout the region. The growth rate of poverty, extreme poverty, is faced with these people that have enormous wealth, and the wealth of those that have more than $50 million has grown 4 times faster than the region's GDP. So when they tell us that taxing wealth can threaten, jeopardize economic growth, I think it is almost the opposite, because that not taxing it and not touching it, what is creating is a social disaffection of huge proportions, because in the last couple of years, these growth rates have rocketed. The countries where this hyper concentration of wealth has grown faster are Chile, Mexico, and Brazil. Chile is proportionally the country where the wealth of a billionaire has grown faster, 79% from before the pandemic, and they are only paying 1.8% minute tax. Even that tax can contribute significant resources, but is almost non-existent compared to the growth of their wealth, followed by Mexico or Brazil. Neither of these countries has net wealth taxes, nor do they have, nor do they tax inherited wealth, and that makes a lot part of this growth, makes this concentration of their wealth comes from their sensitivity to super prosperity cycles, something that the rest of the population can no access to, cannot benefit from. This is what we see in most countries, in developing countries. Generally speaking, most countries tax capital revenues that's well below the taxes on the labor, and 2/3 of the world's countries do not enforce a tax of inheritance. We're not talking about the amount of that wealth that escapes all kinds of control, but fact is that most countries make little or no effort to tax a kind of wealth that they could surveil. What we see is that more than laziness is a total lack of interest in taxing this kind of wealth. And yet, the two proposals that we see as progress in the region in Colombia and Chile are proposing precisely that, to tax wealth and net assets, to increase corporate income taxes and level that with taxes on labor. That would imply a total rupture to what we have seen for several decades. That's taxes on capital have to be well below labor taxes, and to tax the revenues from inheritance. And these reforms that are being proposed in Chile and Colombia have a lot to do with not just the lack of measures in recent years in that respect, but the explosion of this hyper-concentration of wealth, in particular during the last 2.5 years. In this move forward around the world, and I think the world is looking at Latin America because they're now the region around the world where so much progress, so many opportunities of tax reforms are being proposed, or initiatives like in Argentina, where it was proposed as a solidarity contribution during the pandemic to increase the tax collection that would be used for social policies. So when it comes to corporate taxation, Latin America can be really innovative globally. And now also when we talk about these 1.8 and 4.1 rates, and let's see what happens in Colombia, that we see is that is still way below inflation rates across the regions. Inflation is called tax on the poor because it automatically reduces the purchasing power of families in a larger section for the lower income levels, and in particular when the kind of inflation like we're going through right now that it falls directly on food and energies, fuels. When they tell us that salaries cannot be recovered because of inflation, that cannot be increased because that would increase inflation, that wealth cannot be taxed at one point, because that might result in a catastrophe for the country. What we are doing is we're naturalizing disproportionate inflations, in fact, on the most vulnerable, the neediest households, compared to the possibility of taxing those households that have more than what they need, obviously, but they have been growing their wealth at higher rates than GDP. So talking about progressiveness is not acceptable if we do not also talk about, include also about clear elements, a whole range of proposals that have to do with taxing capital and wealth, not just the tax to wealth and large fortunes, but also have to do with the various stages in wealth life cycle. And not even talking about taxes on property, but making, comparing, compared to the taxes that fall on labor. And the other thing has to do with what's happening in many countries around the world, particularly in Europe. What the war has resulted in is in hyper profits of some sectors, in particular the energy industries. Just a few days ago, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, said that we need to tax these windfall taxes that he called immoral, obscene, of energy companies, energy corporations, because that is resulting in huge over excess profits that have an impact on other sectors, because what we see is a two-parallel phenomena. We see how the price indicators for food and energy raw materials are skyrocketing. They have grown at levels above historical control levels that we had so far, but they have grown simultaneously with the profits and of large corporations. They are not just growing because of a higher market food prices, but they grow also the profit margins of these large corporations. At the same time, in recent weeks, we have seen large oil companies that are recording that are registering record profits, and as we saw just a moment ago, this is happening also with mining in Peru, and Ricardo talked about this, about Chile also. The energy industry, all energy companies have announced historical profit figures like they had never seen before. So what we have seen, where we're seeing is very high prices and profits that are skyrocketing above historical levels. I don't know if there's sufficient evidence to uphold these statements, but that basically means that basically what we're doing, the costs is being translated to consumers. Higher prices are being paid by the users, who are paying the excess costs, the higher cost of these products. Historical profits and high costs that have an impact, an adverse impact on the people's quality of living, because they impair, they reduce their available resources. In one of our recent reports, this is happening in sectors where there's hyper concentration of wealth by large corporations and family dynasties in the food industry that are perpetuated throughout years and decades, and that hold the control and power and the capacity to keep very high prices. So the bet at this point in time that we are suggesting is that we should apply what in Spain windfall profits that Argentina calls the tax on unexpected earnings, and that Peru calls the tax on excess profits. What we propose is that if there's industries that are having profits that are much above what they had before the pandemic, they should be taxed on an equal proportion. So we are suggesting that 90% tax should be imposed on those windfall profits. And but important considerations in this respect that they should not be deductible from income tax. You cannot pay this tax and deduct it from their income tax, because that would be cheating. But what we suggest is to activate a prior and that we cannot accept that prior credits should be used to pay these taxes. These have to be additional payments that are that will be used to reduce the impact on the most vulnerable households. In addition to that, they should not be translated to users or consumers. And this, which may seem too outrageous, is precisely what's happening in Europe right now. The 32 largest corporations in the planet, it could be a tax and would allow to collect sufficient resources to pay for the vaccination of the entire world population. But this was not possible during the pandemic, but now it is starting to become a reality. So we see countries like the United Kingdom, Greece, and Italy have already introduced that with some of the characteristics that I have just mentioned. Italy is particularly interesting. It is only a 25% rate, but the tax base is much wider because it is aimed not just at the companies that are earning windfall taxes, but to all companies. And in Spain now, there are new two taxes that have been introduced, not just for energy companies, but also for financial companies, because there's windfall earnings that are being denounced by the World Bank, because large banks, given the specific financial conditions that they were given during the pandemic to sustain credits and the workings of corporations and SMEs and families. The banking industry is taking advantage of these special conditions, and in Spain, two new taxes that are about a 50% penalty if these larger costs are translated to consumers. Argentina, as I said, has proposed this unexpected earnings tax. This is going to be kind of difficult in Argentina at this point in time, but the Chilean approach is also the permanent excess earnings in the copper industry that is already that is also included in the in Colombia, when these windfall earnings emerge and maybe taxed. And this is not because these excess profits are not the consequence of a better management, but because of exceptional conditions that have resulted in these inflation waves that have resulted in their extraordinary profits that are a windfall. Next, the International Monetary Fund says that this is an element of a social cohesion, in addition supported by the OECD and the European Commission. The thing is now how to turn this into a reality in a larger number of countries, and how to make it also a reality in Latin American countries, and not just for the extractive industry in Argentina, that it include all industries and not just extractive industries. The last issue has to do with the global international tax system reform. For many years, it has been recognized that large corporations were not contributing taxes effectively in those places, locations where they made their profits. We have used OECD data to show that large Spanish corporations declare proportionally more profits in Cayman Islands than in Colombia. And I very much doubt that their business activity is real and tangible in the Cayman Islands than in Colombia. But this is precisely what led to the OECD and the G20 idea to reach an agreement that would address the international tax system challenges. From our viewpoint, and Ricardo has talked about this a moment ago, so did Gabriel in the panel earlier today, the agreement to rethink the system where these corporations should pay taxes. The minimum 15% would fall short of the actual objective. It's not at all in Latin American. This 15% tax will be collected in the countries where these international corporations headquarters are located, these corporations that are now making these windfall earnings. And we will not be able to tax these corporations if the system is at an ambition level that is way below, that is almost paralyzed because of a political impasse. What we see here is the agreement of the century is largely insufficient, even in the best scenarios for Latin America. So if that actually gets underway, and the recovery of those profits actually happens, but most likely it'll be blocked, an agreement that would involve 177 countries. Not all, but many in this region, is now paralyzed because the U.S. has not reached the Senate's agreement, and the European Union, Hungary, has vetoed. We have a Republican Senate and a country like Hungary that are vetoed a multilateral process. It's not my dream process, but we have to understand that the rules of the game are corrupted at the very basis. The definition itself of multilateral processes, countries have to wait until there is another window of opportunity for another historical breakthrough. Definitely not. Countries have to take advantage of the existing conditions to activate unilateral measures and move as far as possible. I am getting these nervous looks, but the countries can't wait because we don't know what's happening in the U.S. We don't know what's going to happen in Europe. Meanwhile, unilateral measures have to be taken, like taxing digital electronic companies. This is what Colombia has proposed, and Colombia is proposing that companies operating there from the outside have to be taxed, and this is something that more countries have to do. And I'm about to finish. Just let me finish here. This fiscal progressiveness idea cannot be limited to what we have understood until now, because the concentration of wealth has already busted the windfall earnings. Super earnings of many companies are threatening the quality of living in most countries, and because the international agreement is insufficient to protect the region's interests, and not even will it guarantee that it can be put into motion because of a specific interest of some economies. It is true that we have to expand the tax roll and to implement the tax reform with truly innovative measures, and that'll be aimed at benefiting the sectors that have suffered most in recent times.
Muchas gracias, Susana.
Thank you very much, Susana, for this important presentation. Now we'll go really quick to our comment panel, and first off I'll give the mic to Florencia Lorenzo. She's a researcher from Taxi Assist Network, and she's working from Belo Horizonte, where she lives in Brazil. She studied social sciences in the University of Minas Gerais, and she finished her Master's of Political Science in that same institution. Florencia is a part of the core group of investigation of Index for Banking Secrecy and Corporate Fiscal Paradise, which are important tools that Taxi Assist Network has worked in the last few years, and it has helped to the contribution of transparency, taxing-wise and financial-wise around the world. So, Florencia, let me leave you the mic, and you have 8 minutes. Hi, thank you very much, Luis. I would like to thank Latindadd and network of Tax Injustice for the invite to comment on, for the opportunity of commenting on this panel that has a really important topic and that has a really interesting context among the pandemic. Because of the unequal way that poverty is being focused in the region, and it's a panel that it's really difficult to comment on because the relevant points are broadened, and I'll try to trace on some points from our discussion so we can build upon that. First off, I would like to say that I have the impression that this panel has to do with and we need to think about or rethink progressiveness of this current context, and taking into consideration different elements that they don't occupy the center of the discussion when we focus in on a strict discussion on progressiveness. that's really useful in regards of academic context, research, but when we're thinking about structural changes, it's really important to bring in the invitation that the event itself puts as key to pay attention to the multiple attention and the different fronts that we're missing to take into consideration. So facing progressiveness from an intersectional outlook or several fronts, and we have several topics to place this as a tax impact, but also for the construction of a political process that will establish values from a specific society, and that is translated in not a technical component but a central key component of social reconfigurations that are ongoing. And I think that Ricardo's point on social dialogue is important because it transfers the vision that you put upon taxing as something that's separated from society, that society shouldn't discuss, as to something that needs to be added up in the discussions or the broader discussions democratically. Beyond the social impact and the discussions, we need to think about the matrices of the country and how they impact and organize the way that they thought about progressiveness. And there, I think this is something that's particularly relevant because most of times we tackle progressiveness in an abstract manner, but we are not thinking about the particularity of each country and its productive matrix. And for example, thinking about the mining sector discussion and the companies, just the way that they're developed nowadays with important benefits that we've seen before that we call falling from sky. So this thing about thinking about progressiveness with a special sensitivity to the matrix is a whole matter that this panel's talked about, and it needs to join any type of proposal. And another point that goes through to what Susana mentioned, and it also was mentioned by Ricardo, is that we need to think in taxing-wise, in taxing rules, as of the legitimacy of the processes and the legitimacy of the results. So when we talk about the minimum tax, the global minimum tax, we talk about moving around, and we will talk about social changes that have a progressive attempt, and thinking about the legitimacy of these processes is a core aspect, and thinking about the limitations of these instruments too, to think about how they were structured in their institutional development. I think this is a third point that goes through many of the points that were mentioned here. And in the other hand, when we talk about progressiveness, we automatically think about how the panel brings with it in the nature of progressiveness itself, or the idea that one way or the other, progressive effort can end up not being capable of doing what they said because of desired effects or the scale or the structure of the taxing abuse, especially tax evasion. And this point, I think it's core because many times progressiveness is thought as a taxing law, but not thought through as to improve the system that we have to close gaps, which is one of the main goals of this taxing regulation. And this was an element that Abelardo talked about how to decrease some gaps, even though it seemed unreal. It carried out its own improvements in the proportion of income that have been gathered directly. So fiscal abuse has two effects. It increases progressiveness, or at least in two ways. In TJN, Taxes Access Network, which in a publishing or research that we published last year with the help of the Alliance of Tax Justice, we estimated that we lose around $483 billion due to tax abuse, and this has an impact in any progressiveness effort, and has a huge impact because of two reasons. Because on one side, the tax abuse is focused in the strongest actors of society and the richest individuals, what carries out that the rest of the population would pay out for the cost of the abuse. And because facing that scenario, governments most of times lose a battle before fighting it, and they assume solutions that are less progressive. So this last element that I would like to tell you about is there's an idea of the taxing abuse, and to think about taxing progressiveness, we need to think strongly onto closing gaps and closing these legal gaps also that limit our capacity of using our taxing systems as progressive tools. And this implicates, for example, to discuss the role of secrecy role, like Luis mentioned, that we try to analyze with the indexes that we've published to reduce financial capacity from the ABC of financial capacity, which is a matter to discuss further on, that includes the automatic change of information, laws of final beneficiaries, reports per country, but also different ideas or creative ideas and innovative ideas such as the global registry for assets, and the need of including these taxing structures to support the laws. And anyways, to finish off and to close these legal gaps for multinational companies send their earnings to low taxing countries. I believe that those were the key points that I wanted to talk about. And one last comment I think is, and I would love to make, is that when we talk about progressiveness, it's really common that the first image that comes to mind is this has been a failure because every progressive measure has a trend to generate undesirable consequences, and that's why beforehand even this is a speech that we hear quite a lot, and that influences the public scenario quite a lot. And what we need to do is to deconstruct this type of speech or mindset and allocate ourselves and our efforts into this task with a lot of seriousness, because I believe that that's the key to obtaining better resources at the regional level. Thank you. Thank you very much, Florencia.
Thanks, Florencia, for your comments and contributions. Now I'm going to turn over to Juan Pablo Jimenez. I think he's already connected. Do we have him? Yes, great. And while he shows up online, I would like to say that Juan Pablo is presently a professor at the Flaxo, Latin American Social Sciences faculty in Buenos Aires, and he is the founder of the local financing foundation, FIL.
Había enviado una presentación para ordenar un comentario.
Juan Pablo, ¿me se escucha bien? No te...
Bueno, paso a hacer mi comentario sin saber si está la presentación. Primero que nada, agradecer a los gobernadores, también la y por la posibilidad de a Pablo por estar en Lima, sumar a esta muy interesante panel, felicitar a los expositores. Y de acuerdo a los resultados de hacer una serie de comentarios relacionados con los objetivos y presentaciones de Lima. Si viene la presentación, por favor, se sentará. Se sentará en la segunda manera, pero el objetivo del panel es abordar elementos principales relacionados con las bases, propuestas y desafíos en la implementación de reformas tributarias progresivas a la luz de hechos también, a tener que entender la clasificación de impuestos éticos. La pregunta planteada por los panelistas tienen tres grupos. Uno primero que tiene que ver con las reformas fiscales y tributarias, tomando como ejemplo, a partir de la presentación de Abelardo y de Ricardo, las reformas en América Central y en Chile, después las reformas tributarias del sector minero, mirando fundamentalmente la experiencia de Perú a partir de la presentación de José, y después ya hay dos impuestos a las riquezas personales corporativas y la presentación de Susana. Entonces, por los mismos comentarios van a intentar, teniendo en cuenta el corto tiempo, van a ser específicos y a la vez van a intentar relacionar los temas propuestos, ¿no? Sugiriendo una manera integrada sobre estos temas. Al final, un aporte, le propongo una serie de trabajos que de alguna manera son los que me permitieron ordenar mis comentarios y a la vez quizás sirvan para profundizar algunos de los temas propuestos. Y en este lámina, ¿cuál es la motivación de estos temas? Pues la aparición y profundización de eventos extremos, como la pandemia, la guerra, el cambio climático, han traído consigo una crisis sin precedentes. Esta situación ha requerido mucho y rápido uso del endeudamiento público a través de las herramientas que ha tenido el país, en algunos casos acceso al mercado, en otros casos préstamos de gobiernos internacionales, en otros casos monetización de derechos fiscales, y en muchos casos una combinación de estos tres instrumentos. Los efectos de la crisis en América Latina se ven propulsados por tres razones adicionales. Por un lado, elevado de desigualdad, que desgraciadamente la situación clara de lo importante es que la característica definitiva de la desigualdad es la alta concentración de derechos en los ámbitos ciudadanos. La segunda característica particular tiene que ver con la confusión de ineficiente gasto público y estructuras tributarias inadecuadas que ha dado como resultado un derecho de ocupación fiscal y de ese estado de bienestar con muy bien capacidad para incidir en el crecimiento inclusivo, sostenible y distribución de ingresos. Una tercera característica que tiene que ver con la alta competitividad social en la Recuperación, con eso ya desde la pandemia, esa relacionada con la percepción de grandes sectores de la población, sus grandes desigualdades, y una baja calidad y cobertura en la intervención pública, junto con una baja calidad tributaria que se expresa en una mayor justificación a la elevación de impuestos. Siguiente lámina, si no me cuarta. ¿Cómo han sido los últimos problemas de la pandemia? De una mirada retrospectiva, lo que podemos ver es que los sistemas de tributarios de la región han tenido ciertos avances. Estos avances tienen que ver con el aumento de la recaudación, que pasa alrededor del 16% de América a 23% en el 2019, una consolidación de la estructura tributaria típica para la región, basada en impuesto a la renta y impuesto a la propiedad. No obstante eso, la brecha recaudatoria, cuando se compara con la OCDE o los países europeos, tiene que ver fundamentalmente con el impuesto a la renta sobre personas físicas, que en la región recauda alrededor del 2%, mientras que recauda en los países desarrollados más del 8%. Siguiente lámina. Entonces, la recaudación del impuesto sobre la renta personal está fuertemente concentrada en una parte muy acotada de la población, fundamentalmente en el sistema de ingresos, ello alimenta una tasa efectiva muy inferior a la que establece la legislación de cada país, como consecuencia directa de la evasión y elusión de distintos tipos de tratamientos preferenciales, así como la baja tributación por la renta de capital. En ese sentido, tanto la tributación impacto relativamente modesto e incluso regresivo en la mayoría de los casos. También hay que resaltar algo que se entiende de las presentaciones y que por lo que se también después es la importancia recaudatoria de los ingresos fiscales provenientes de los sectores extractivos en muchos países de la región. La volatilidad y la agotabilidad de estos recursos complica la fecha fiscal y esto es aún peor en aquellos en los cuales están altamente descentralizados los recursos, sobre todo en los países andinos. Próxima lámina. En este contexto, y un poco revisando a partir de la revisión de la reforma que hicieron los dos primeros expositores, las iniciativas que incorporan las reformas incluso fundamentalmente revisar la tributación sobre los recursos naturales no renovables, que ha sido importante de recursos fiscales, considerando el impacto combinado de la descarbonización que impacta sobre todo sobre los recursos naturales provenientes de hidrocarburos, y la digitalización y el auge de las nuevas tecnologías que de alguna manera le da una nueva bonanza a algún tipo de medidas. Por otro lado, fortalecer la imposición a la propiedad, predial, herencia, riqueza y a la renta. Por otra parte, grabar las actividades digitales, durante la pandemia, y esto a partir principalmente de imposición indirecta, pero a la vez también de revisar los posibles arreglos para que tributen rentas, las empresas digitales, y mejorar como un instrumento para desalentar los consumos chinos. O sea, los impuestos pueden no solamente con fin recaudatorio, uno podría pensar que la progresividad es los fines recaudatorios y a la vez los fines correctivos. La combinación de objetivos que los gobiernos enfrentan hoy como desafíos. Próxima lámina. Por ahora voy a avanzar a los dos grupos de impuestos que se plantean en este orden. Primero, revisitando la tributación sobre recursos naturales. A mí creo que resulta fundamental separar el análisis de los sectores extractivos entre hidrocarburos y minería, fundamentalmente atendiendo los impactos de estos dos procesos que decíamos antes, el proceso de descarbonización, ¿no? Que nos obliga a tener una emisión en pocos años, tener una emisión neutra de carbono. Dotación de distintos tipos encontrar un balance entre la necesidad de obtener con el resto de los criterios habituales. Un resultado revisó, como por hecho, la exposición que planteó de la Señora de Chile. En términos de relaciones intergubernamentales, que creo que ha sido una dimensión que ha estado olvidada en el panel, pero que es realmente importante, si se debe pensar en términos de una provisión justa de bienes públicos y una financiación justa de esos bienes públicos, es cimientos mayores y cimientos culturales de recursos naturales recibidos por los gobiernos nacionales, facilitar una mayor distribución de gastos de infraestructura, también significa una alta concentración de los ingresos públicos de divisiones productoras y una significativa volatilidad de los recursos. Por lo cual, la necesidad de diseñar mecanismos de compensación o de declaración permitiría compensar las diferentes capacidades a nivel gubernamental. Y es imprescindible en este aspecto coordinar los mecanismos de extracción de renta, de asignación y de distribución de los ingresos fiscales con la nueva institucional fiscal de manera de considerar toda la necesaria inversión pública que de gran parte de los países, sobre todo los latinos, y los próxima lámina. Fortalecimiento integral de la institución directa que interesa resurgimiento de composición patrimonial. Desde el ámbito académico también se han desarrollado nuevos argumentos que han dado renovado respaldo a la incorporación de impuestos sobre la riqueza en los modelos de diseño de disposición óptima. Hoy aparece como un herramienta válido la reglamentación sobre el capital y la reglamentación sobre el patrimonio en los modelos de educación óptima. La creciente desigualdad económica y social y las significativas mejoras en la información disponible sobre difusión de ingresos de riqueza también han servido de base a un estado de opinión más favorable a este tipo de ingresos. No obstante, estas mejoras en la información sobre la riqueza son muy mínimas en América Latina, casi inexistentes, tanto el diseño de las herramientas tributarias como las necesarias estimaciones de recaudación potencial. En ese sentido, enfatizar la necesidad de mejorar la información sobre la concentración de ingresos y riqueza y su tributación de una manera de poder evaluar de forma sistemática el impacto distributivo de la medida que los países están tomando. A ver, por ejemplo, ¿cuál es el impacto distributivo de incluir un nuevo impuesto al patrimonio versus ampliar la base del impuesto a la renta o a la ganancia de todo los ingresos? Bueno, no tenemos el no tenemos elementos como para poder evaluar de manera adecuada este tipo de reformas. Por eso creo que es necesario mejorar la información pública. Próxima lámina. Las reformas necesarias requieren avanzar en diseños que aseguren la consistencia interna entre las diferentes modalidades de disposición patrimonial, muebles, herencia, riqueza, y adaptar los nuevos instrumentos tributarios para lograr sinergias con la tributación a la renta personal, que se ha mostrado, como hemos dicho antes, un débil impacto religioso. No hay que perder de vista que la lentitud de la salida de la pandemia se combina con la emergencia de diferentes tipos de conflictos sociales que reclaman mejoras de la calidad y cobertura de bienes y servicios públicos y por la forma de financiamiento de esta intervención. En este contexto, y esto es central, el fortalecimiento de la regulación sobre el patrimonio y los derechos, la regulación directa, no sería tan solo recaudatorio, sino que significaría una valiosa contribución en términos distributivos, le daría legitimidad, aceptación social y algo político para los ajustes de los sistemas fiscales que probablemente sean necesarios para cumplir la gran violencia fiscal existente. La reforma va a necesitar alcanzar fuertes consensos entre países y dentro mismo de los países acerca de la forma y de la intensidad que asumiría la introducción. La cooperación fiscal internacional ha resurgido con fuerza, que parece un requisito indispensable para la recolección de la información acerca de riqueza y patrimonio, soporte para el fortalecimiento de este tipo de posición. Por último, se sugiere avanzar en un mayor diálogo interdisciplinario en que los expertos tributarios deben interactuar con especialistas de otras disciplinas que incorporen un espectro amplio de perspectivas abarcando dimensiones sociales, políticas y humanas. Próxima lámina. Acá, para terminar, les dejo algunas referencias que, bueno, de las cuales he ido sacando algunas de las cosas que dije y que quizás sean importantes para ustedes. El marco de la salud, no sé, como no tengo una forma, no sé cómo salió, pero
Thank you very much, Juan Pablo. I think that you cannot hear us, but thanks anyway for your comments for the panel and for the time that you took and connected from Buenos Aires. Time is short. We're going to be listening to one or two interventions before we close this panel. Perhaps you would join us on the podium to ask your question, please? Yes, thanks very much for the opportunity. I was struck by a thread in the first three presentations of the members of the panel and the podium, and that's the structural deficiency or the lack of policies, as Abelardo called it. But the other one is the search for options to come up with policy proposals to change this situation. And based on our own experience in Mexico, I am under the impression that there is an intermediary that Jose mentioned that would be placed before the reform itself, and that is reducing tax evasion that encompasses a universe of things that were set in place during the liberal policies. And I would like to mention just one that was introduced in Mexico and that was canceled 3 years ago, and that allowed to condone taxes on corporations on a discretionary basis. There is no more discretionary measure that condoning their tax debt to corporations. And I would like to highlight that what's happening in Chile has to do with the specific relationship of forces presently in Chile and the ability of stakeholders to engage in a social dialogue, and which is similar to what's happening in Colombia, and perhaps some elements of this are also emerging in Brazil. In Mexico, we reached the conclusion that it would be possible to reduce evasion without creating new taxes or increase existing taxes, and that reached 2.4% of GDP without a real reform, but they are steps towards a reform. So I would like you to comment on ways to capitalize on these experiences for the other countries that are so diverse, where national conditions and relationships of power are so divergent, to come up with a strategy for tax justice that would take account of all these elements. And then let me then now jump to the issue of tax on the wealthy. Just last night, the U.S. Congress passed 2 laws that I want to mention now because our aristocracies are always looking north, and the laws that were that was approved will allow to reduce the taxes paid by 146 large corporations, but that collection will be invested on climate change. There is no clear idea of what would be the gas emissions reduction. But there is something that is very important about this taxes, and simultaneously they're going to be fighting inflation, because they will be able to invest in adopting measures within their own corporations to fight inflation. There is no concrete assessment of the effective impact of these measures. The impact of these measures are very dangerous example for Latin America, because here in Latin America we always look at what they are doing up there by the for the big corporations. So we have to be careful that we should not come up with similar proposals in Latin America. Thanks very much for those comments, Alexandra. And I'm going to close with very quick remarks and thoughts about the comments and ideas and how to capitalize the best strategies for our own region and our network.
Thank you, Luis. First off, one of the elements that I had the chance to look after in the presentations is that when I saw Jose's presentation, I was focusing on Central America because there's basically no much difference. And just what Alejandro mentioned, there's many things that we've forgotten. First off, taxing policies should have common guidance, which would be the principle of tax insufficiency that pretty much nobody has mentioned. The resources should be enough and sufficient to respond to the needs of the population, to respond to their needs. And pretty much never we realize that. And we've been worried about solving the effects of taxing, but we are forgetting where should be channeling these resources to. The second element is that basically all of us, we speak about how taxing is regarding taxes and income taxes and the problems that different rates cause and the different problems that we're facing at the same time of equity and so on. And we are not setting ourselves into establishing a percentage on the global tax that is referred to as a global rate that Susana mentioned, is the marginal increasing amount or increasing amount of the extraordinary earnings that companies have. So I believe that what we need to think about is, yes, we need to look at things differently and try to reposition direct taxes, but I'm not going to stop mentioning this. Remember that the principle, the main pact of countries is the constitution, and there's nothing, or we don't earn anything, we don't win at all if societies don't want anything. So the first thing that we need to do when we want to go after a change, we say, okay, it's not the time to increase taxes, or we are going to affect productivity and many things. So the point of reference, the primary point of reference, is that we need to have a specific north so we can go after it in each country. And if meanwhile the countries are not allowing to have a specific system in protection of citizens' rights, it's going to be hard, it's going to be complicated, and we'll always be chasing resources. Well, it's been a pleasure to share with you this panel. Many things came of it, but I'd just like to not add up, but remind you 3 quick points. One of them is in a conference, in a recent conference that took place as a homage to Juan Carlos Gómez Abaini, baby, father of taxes, or a master in taxes. He wrote in a book that we also wrote together that the Alliance for Progress was already mentioning progressive agenda for taxes, and actually there were many English professors that came down to Latin America from big name universities to give lectures around here. They didn't do quite good, we can say, but for practical effect, but the topic of progressiveness has been something that sunk basically in this whole madness of looking for the debt crisis and looking after urgent resources, we can call them. and that's where we obtained the Washington Agreement with indirect taxing, and born of the come up of IVAD. And let me repeat again, I'm not against IVA, because I've heard that before, but it's only one leg off of the 4 pillars of tax justice and of recovery, and that has to do with corporate taxes, taxes to people. That's something that we've forgotten about, and also when we talk about social security, and that's one point, meaning that we are at a second stage of this progressiveness and creative progressiveness as well. That's really interesting to look after experiences on that. I think that that's one that I forgot to mention, or that wasn't the topic. That happened a while ago in a Zoom meeting with a gentleman that was one of the multimillionaires for humanity, which is one organization that they have. I'm not a part of it, but maybe one day I can try to become a member. I don't know. But it's a gentleman from India, I believe, and he was defining himself as a multimillionaire. But something interesting is that there's 10 billion, so not just US billion, but also Hispanic billion. That'll be like your trillion. But over here, billionaires have 200 billion, 290. It's not placed in these tax paradises. So with these new systems of exchange of information and with these audits and so on, we can get to a really superior tax foundation or base than the countries have themselves in their own countries. And in the Argentinian example, and I think that we've mentioned it, but it's important, and Yamati also puts it up in the Twitters, where there's a lot of money recovered due to this great amount of information. So that's something that it's interesting within this creativity or creative progressiveness, which is a point to. It would be good to have a special workshop on that. And the other thing, and to finish off, I was kind of hard with this taxing laziness. The case of Chile, we wanted to do reforms, and we wanted to do the reforms in more progressive sectors, but the coordination wasn't enough. There was a constitution made up by Pinochet with allocated senators and so on, but now we're in a situation that's tied down, those against and in favor, and that tie can open space or help us to work on that scale to make it so that one vote can generate a whole capacity to come into this reform. In what sectors? Well, I think that there's 3 that are really clear. One of them, evasion and illusion of it. I think that we've agreed upon that, and we will have the tools to reinforce that side. The second of it is the anti-mining role, because it affects a huge part of the business and the companies, not all of them. And the tax to richness, I have my chips on that basket, because all the surveys show how important it is to give signs from the Congress of greater tax justice. That was a matter of modifying income tax. It will be harder because there's a lot of greater refined detail, and also this debate that something that we need to give more extensions to innovators, to medium-sized companies. We need to have productive exemptions or not. Cepal, particularly off of the 60 with the substitution of import and the birth of companies and adaptation to modern worlds, had always an extension type of speech, because it implicated that there's low development in Cepal in the 60s, and there was something related to taxing. And the last thing that I forgot about, and competitiveness. What is tax competitiveness? I think that we have a cooperation scope that's quite important, like the copper matter, and if at the end we compete among ourselves, there's a threat to go downhill. And there's few countries that produce copper, and the same thing happens with lithium. What happens with lithium? Maybe we can recover between Argentina, Chile, Peru. I don't know how many reserves they have, and there's scopes for cooperation in the future. Thank you very much, Ricardo. Like we said, progressiveness is not strange, and I'll ask please 1 minute per so we can close this panel. And I'm sorry about this.
Yeah, my minute is over. One of the things that came to our mind at the Ministry of Economy and Finance is to coordinate the tax reform with Chile. But I would like to take a turn in our thinking that's very much influenced by what's happening in Colombia. Going around here, I just Eduardo Guedines, and a few days ago we discussed with Eduardo what would be the space for tax justice in a proposal for a transformation, the way he has proposed the transitions, a proposal about transitions as he proposed. And I think that one of our duties throughout the region, in particular in this new time of progressive governments, I think it would be a mistake if we tackle the issue without its connection with other concerns that are critical in building governance. When I hear Pedro talk to the progressive forces in Latin America to start talking about the redistribution of wealth and social justice, and to stop thinking that we can build a sustainable future based on higher oil prices. Obviously, that opens a very interesting debate, but I wanted to conclude by mentioning that for this living in delight, we need environmental, social, and tax justice. Thank you very much. I would like to round it up. Yeah, tax justice. I would like to end by making a proposal that partially concerns what Alejandro just said and what has been already said this morning. The decisions to move one way or another to bet powerfully on tax, creative tax, audacious tax progressiveness has to do with political leadership. For the first time, we have leadership throughout the region to address issues that had so far been excluded throughout the continent, the subcontinent. I think it is the time has come to take advantage of these leaderships and open spaces for tax and policy debate throughout the region that are do not exist right now. There are technical coordination spaces that are even supported by OECD in what concerns technical coordination, but there is no pure fiscal space to align our policies to show where are the wills across the region headed that would actually reflect the interests of the region and international debate from the region. I think it is a time when Chile and Colombia can blaze a totally different trail. And Lydia talked this morning about the possibility of opening this kind of debate in the Colombian Congress, that we should be taking advantage of that, and so that Chile and Colombia would actually lead or become the spearhead to create these spaces for consultation, because one other such opportunity may not come up again in future, and because these two countries are taking the initiative, I think these are proposals that we should come forward throughout the region if we want to end tax evasion and illusion from a Latin American viewpoint, and if we capture those rents that are being created, let's expect and take the advantage of the leadership of Colombia and Chile to drag along other countries to create this forum for debate and reform that we do not have at this point in time. Thanks very much to the panel for their contributions and their visions and ideas about this issue, and And thanks for your time and
Aló, tenemos una pausa de 10 minutos o menos. Allá afuera hay un refrigerio y un café mientras van acomodando el otro panel, que va a comenzar en breve. El último panel de la jornada.
Gracias, Susana.
Oye,
Hola, hola, hola. Hola, 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 hola. Hola, hola, sí, 1, 2. Hola, hola, sí, hola. Hola, 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 hola.
El tipo se saltó la boca y no les va a tocar una mitad. Ben Dixon dijo eso al keniano Lobos. Y después le dijo, no les va a tocar una mitad en inglés, pero los dijo. Yo vengo diciendo eso todo.
Hola, 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 sí, hola.
¿Sabe lo que yo pienso? ¿Sabe? No, tengo que quitar desde el primer día. Bueno, ahí tenemos que sentar. A mí, el uno, la idea, yo vengo defendiendo 40 años, 40 más 30, 50, pero no solo debería ser para todos los servicios, no solo los hospitales, eso ahora todo. Ahora, como Brasil ya lo creo, pero Brasil nunca me tiene. Pero el tema es que el vida si Estados Unidos no aprueba, ¿qué va? Canadá va a aprobar. Canadá sigue Estados Unidos, pero ¿cómo que si al final dos naciones Estados Unidos? Si el Congreso americano no aprueba, ¿cómo que nosotros vamos a aprobar? Pero los demócratas no tienen mayoría para aprobar. Entonces, ellos que pusieron allá y no van a aprobar, ¿cómo los otros países van a aprobar? Eso se les va. Vale, exacto. Ahora el Pleno no tiene mayoría para aprobar. Y ahí esa cosa se va a armar un lío. Pero ¿por qué los africanos que están se oponiendo públicamente no van a aprobar si Estados Unidos que lo parió no va a aprobar? Yo ni tomo fotos con ellas.